Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very special edition of Mormon Stories podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. I am announcing a two-part episode that I think you're really going to love. The first part is a rebroadcast of one of the most iconic, important, and epic episodes in the history of Mormon Stories podcast. It's John and Brooke McLay. It's a four-part series combined into one that I released back in January of 2012. It was one of the first. It's the first, as far as I can remember, couples that I interviewed on video long before Mormon Stories ever became a YouTube channel. John and Brooke McLay lived in Colorado. John was a CES, as a church education system seminary and institute teacher. He was popular on the Education Week circuit. And if you have learned anything about Letter to a CES Director, John McLay was a CES director. And he and his wife lived in Colorado and were living the Mormon dream. Brooke, of course, was also a devout, faithful Mormon. And John and Brooke began doubting the veracity of the Mormon church way back in 2012. And John lost his faith while he was working as a CES employee after having dedicated his entire life to the Mormon church's church education system. And so this interview is special for so many reasons. Not only is it, again, the first video interview of a couple chronicling in long form their faith crisis, but also it's before the CES letter, it's before the gospel topics essays, it's while John DeLynn, was still an active and faithful member of the church. It was before my excommunication. And most importantly, John and Brooke are just a super thoughtful, committed Mormon couple. And you'll just be able to hear the pain and the anguish that John and Brooke experienced, just literally weeks and months after they lost their faith and ended up having to quit working for the church and ultimately, I believe, resigning their church membership. So we're going to combine these four episodes into a single episode for part one of this series and rebroadcast it, because I'm very sure that most of you have never watched it. And I think you'll find it to be fascinating, especially because it's 13 years after and so much has changed since then, but we'll see. I think you'll find that so much has remained the same. Part two of this series is we brought back, sort of as a where are they now series. We brought Brooke back. Spoiler alert, John and Brooke have since divorced, and Brooke has led a successful social media, food photography, social media personality business. Since then, she lives in Salt Lake City. And we brought her back for a part two, sort of as a, where is she now? What is she doing and thinking now? And how is she doing? We didn't bring John back for a part three. Maybe we'll do that in the future. John and I are still in touch. He shows up at Thrive events or Mormon Stories events every once in a while. We love John. We love Brooke. And most importantly, we hope you really love this two-part series on the McLays. And let us know if you like this format and if you want us to do it with other interviewees as well. So without any further ado, I give you the John and Brooke McLay four-part interview combined into one from January 2012. Hope you enjoy. Hello and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories podcast. This is a special edition of Mormon Stories podcast. As always, I'm your host, John DeLynn, and I'm here with two very special guests today. Brooke and John McLay. Welcome, Brooke and John. Thanks for coming.
It's good to be here.
Just to let the audience know a little bit about why this is a special interview and why it's interesting, I guess I'll just say it. John McLay was a CES employee, an LDS church education system employee for 14 years. He definitely taught institute, seminary, was an institute director, and as we'll learn, that's not just sort of an individual job and calling and responsibility, but it's also very much something that the couple sort of interviews for and obtains and executes on together. So John and Brooke worked, with CES or for CES for 14 years, and a few months ago, because of crisis of faith and other issues that we'll get into, resigned their membership from the church. The purpose of this interview is to understand
the story of Brooke and John to get a better understanding for why someone would leave the church, especially at the level that they were at within the church. And then most importantly, we as an organization with the Open Stories Foundation, with Mormon Stories, have our hearts and our souls with special empathy for those who suffer as a result of making decisions that fall outside the mainstream of Mormonism. We don't believe that there should be such a high social, spiritual, familial, organizational cost to unorthodoxy or to even disbelief. We see marriages dissolving, we see people being driven to depression and anxiety and even suicide over issues that we're going to be talking about today. And for us, the level of pain is unacceptable. And so if we can create not only a general sense of awareness about these issues, but if we can also create a space culturally for people who fall outside the norm, who fall outside the mainstream, who aren't able to believe everything, or who want to know the full history or doctrine or whatever, and make decisions that are different. We want them to be able to do that at a much lower emotional and social cost. Not in any way with the desire to harm any faith that's already out there. We're in full support of believers and of belief, and of traditional institutional participation. But we just want to allow for that and for there to be more space and support and less pain and punishment for people who aren't able to follow orthodoxy or mainstream LDS practices. So that's a really long setup.
It's good.
But I just want to make sure that people understand where we're coming from. Do you guys buy into everything I said?
Love it.
Yes.
Yeah?
Sounds
Amen.
good.
We can be done.
All right, let's go. Okay. So let's dive in. Sorry for that long disclaimer.
Okay.
But let's start by just briefly covering, do the check boxes of your early church years in terms of the rites of passage or the things that you accomplished that kind of led you to the point where you started considering seminary. But let's stop before then so that we can sort of really delve into that portion. But
Sure.
I guess, Brooke, let's start with you just to break the norm a little bit.
Okay, so let's see. My early Mormon story is, I was born in Northern California. My dad and mom were young law students up in Northern California. And then we moved back to Hooper, Utah, actually, and my grandma has a farm out there. And so my dad has always kind of been a country boy and my mom a little bit of a city girl. And I think that my mom felt keenly desirous to get out of the country life. And so we moved to Farmington, Utah. And I always remember singing the song, I See My Mother Kneeling, and believing that that was our family. Like, I really believed that we had that ideal, incredible Mormon family.
That's Love Is Spoken Here, right?
Yes, Love Is Spoken Here.
Okay.
And
She's lost the spirit, you can tell.
So when we were living in our home in Farmington, a series of events caused my dad to lose his bar in Utah, and so we moved to Southern California. And then my mom had an affair and just completely left the church. And along with that choice, also left our family.
What year was this for you?
I was 16 when that happened.
Oh, wow.
And I was the oldest of 6 girls. And so, you can imagine in that situation, the only stability that I had was the church. And so I had great friends. I completely believed in all of the truth claims. And I feel like at that point in my life, I kind of started to switch from just wanting to be a really good Mormon, and now I was going to be a good Mormon that proved to my mom that she was a bad person. And so as I kind of look back, especially this year, as a lot of things have kind of become retrospective, I realized that behind so many of the choices I made was always this proving to my mom. I went to BYU and I wanted to prove to my mom that I could be more healthy and better than she could ever believe. And I remember on the day of our wedding, my mom had flown in from Southern California and wore a mini skirt to the temple. shame, shame. And I just was so, rather than putting my arms around her and understanding what it was like for her to have her daughter get married, I just left her outside the temple and didn't even think twice about it. And, well, I did think twice about it. What I thought was, look, now she will see that she has brought this on herself. Shame. I mean, it really, to me, is terrible to review that stage in my life.
But let's talk about how the church, what it meant to you.
Oh my gosh.
And what type of Mormon were you in terms of your behavior and your beliefs?
You know what?
During that time?
Well, yeah. I mean, except for always trying to prove everything to my mom and everybody in my family who wasn't in the line, you know, I do feel like the church gave me so many incredibly good habits and strong connections with family and friends and things. So
was prayer important to you?
Absolutely. Oh, I did the prayer and I did the whole package because I really believed in it. Morning scripture study, morning seminary, prayer in the morning, prayer at every meal, prayer at night. You know, I really, and I think that there were a lot of things that I did not do because I knew what I should be doing. And so, you know, when friends would be getting together, I would think, but it would be better for me to stay home and pray. Or, you know, maybe my sisters would be going and doing something, and I would think, but it would be better for me to, you know, kind of, I don't know, consecrate my time to this thing. And so, you know, I was very actively and incredibly involved, and especially at a time when I didn't really have parental support. The church was a gift because I was in leadership positions with arranging girls' camp and in leadership positions with my ward. And when I started dating, it was very much a part of who I was. And, you know, if you were going to accept me as a girlfriend, then you needed to accept that I was completely committed to this cause. And so...
did you have any spiritual experiences that are really profound for you that you look back and say, these were some
just like completely... You know, I think that I had a lot. I remember especially going through the angst with my parents' divorce, which was just terrifically difficult at the age that I was. And then to have not just divorce, but to have it be kind of a terrible divorce where it wasn't, the children were not part of the equation of how can we make this a healthy transition. And so I remember multiple times, like I remember one day I decided that I was going to go find my own sacred grove. And so I walked around our neighborhood and finally found, you know, in the middle of Orange County, California, you can't find a lot of sacred groves, but up on the top hill I found this little patch of kind of forest land. I climbed under these tiny trees and just wept and prayed to Heavenly Father to give me peace. I said I wasn't going to cry.
Nice.
Crying's okay.
I should have gone the Kleenex box.
I was a step ahead.
Your husband took care of
I was a step ahead.
And I remember every time I prayed for peace or prayed for an answer to prayers, I really believed I got it. And I still do. I still very much feel that.
So what did you feel when you prayed?
Just an overwhelming sensation like, you know what, it's all going to be okay. I'm here for you. And so I felt like, you know, in this time where I thought maybe I don't know how to go forward, I always felt like, yeah, I could go forward because I knew that God would take all of it and make it work. And so, and I still very much feel that. I feel like I need to make that clear that intervention in my life has not left in any way. But I think that all of the times that I thought God was telling me that church was true, maybe he was just trying to tell me he loved me, you know, but I was so conditioned to believe that every answer to prayer equals the church is true.
That's how you processed it.
And so
you were a firm literal believer in the church.
Oh, very much so, yeah. In fact, right after we got married, I remember having about a month where I just wept almost every day. Like I really had to struggle through this concept of polygamy because I knew that would be part of the, you know, our future relationship. And so that was a hard month because here we're newlyweds and he's mine and I love him so much. And then I So yes, I very much, and I kind of feel like I have a penchant for doctrine. Like I can remember, because it's so important to me, I could remember teachings and lines and quotes from prophets. And so all of those things were very carefully built into my understanding of my faith and what that made me and who that was. And I definitely have always felt like I have something special that I need to bring to other people. Yeah.
And so, because you were raised in a Mormon framework, I'm going to ask you what some would say was a very sexist question, but
Yeah.
what type of man did you want to marry?
Oh, well, without question, I wanted to marry. That's actually a question that I've asked myself a lot lately, is if I was the person that I was, would I have married who John was at the time? Because and I'm not saying that in an unkind way, but because there is some level of change that starts to happen when you start to take a good look at what you really believe. And I wanted someone righteous. And I remember when I first met John, we got along really well, and he was a really good kisser. And so that was really nice. But above all, there was a sense of his stalwartness that I really was attracted to, and I knew that he would never lead me astray. And
I was working at the MTC.
Yeah.
at the
Oh,
time,
he was working
so-
at the MTC, and so I
So that
could
makes
tell.
me more righteous.
Yeah, and I have to say that at the same time, underlying all of this is also a family that's not active, and so I kind of felt myself a pretty tolerable, like as much as I bought into the whole framework, I felt like it was the best thing for me, and that everybody else had to go on a path, but ultimately they'd end up in the church. And so, it's not like I was out looking for Moroni, but I wanted somebody who was safe, who wasn't too much of a skeptic or a big question thinker, because I really felt like that was not safe, and I wanted to stay in the boundaries of safety. And so to have someone who worked at the MTC and wanted to be CES, that was a perfectly safe decision. And he was a good kisser.
All right, John. Well, Brooke, thank you for that. John, let's just do a really quick,
Okay.
and you don't have to talk about your reflections now back then in terms of how you're processing now what you experienced then. Let's just talk about what are the main bullet points, rite of passages of your early church experience that led up to your marriage?
Well, I was born in Las Vegas, and I mentioned that we only lived there a few years, but my dad was already teaching early morning seminary. And so we moved to Provo, and then we were in the Provo-Springville area for most of my youth. But I think an important part of my story is that my father is CES, because he was working for the IRS in Las Vegas, and he felt driven and felt compelled to come back to BYU, where he went through the pre-service program that existed. This would have been in the early to mid-'70s, and he was hired to teach seminary full-time. So I grew up in the church. My father is a convert. My mom is, her family's been in the church much longer, even some pioneer stock on my mom's side. And I was very devout. It sounds boastful to say that, but the church was very important to me, and I wasn't a perfect person, and never have been, and I'm still not. But I did feel a tremendous, I felt a lot of guilt growing up. But I think that as I've discussed even more openly over the last few months, especially with people who have made similar choices as us to leave the church, but even some within the church, I've realized I was really disciplined as a young person. Now, did I make some mistakes and commit some sins? I did. And I would immediately go to my bishop, even if it was over the tiniest thing. In retrospect, I think some of those things were tiny, and maybe some of them weren't. But if I remember the first time I kissed a girl, for example, I was in 9th grade, and she was a good kisser too, but not as good as you. And I went home that night. First of all, I was ecstatic because it was awesome. It was really, really neat. And by the time I had been picked up from the house that we were at, by the time I got home, I felt such tremendous guilt. It was almost unbearable. And that's where my father shines, and maybe is not typical true believing Mormon, because he has, I think part of this is his background, but I'm sharing this to illustrate, I mean, I was weeping because I had kissed a girl, and I felt very, very guilty, like I had done something inappropriate. And my dad was great in saying, son, you know, come on, let's put this in perspective. And I remember sitting on the porch and him putting his arm around me. But I didn't grow up wanting to be a seminary teacher. I grew up appreciating it, being reminded very often about how many blessings we got because my father was in the Lord's work. I remember at times in my life wondering why all the products were made by the same company in our cupboards, because they all said Deseret on them. And then as I grew older, I realized what that meant as far as getting some assistance from the church. And so very integrated with and a literal believer of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And before my mission, I went to Utah State University, and I was going to study psychology.
Go Aggies. Woo.
I am a true Aggie. And so, speaking of kissing, anyway, I was very interested in psychology, and I had law and medicine on my mind as well. In fact, I just had a story pop into my mind since you've asked me about the church, and it has to do with Utah State. I went to a youth conference, and I must have been 15 years old, and it was at Utah State. And it was during the testimony meeting, and I remember sitting there after the leader had said, we'll now turn the time over to you, you know, this room full of teenagers in an auditorium. I don't think it was the Taggart Center. I can't remember which building we were in, and I remember my heart pounding, and I think a lot of Mormons and post-Mormons and people can relate to this feeling of feeling like that's the Spirit saying to me, it's time to bear your testimony, but then feeling conflicted about embarrassment and what if it doesn't come out right. But I was the first person to stand up that day, and I used, in my teaching, I often use humor, or I try to break the ice, and I said something that the crowd kind of responded to, and then I shared my testimony the best I could. But I remember the way the adults and youth reacted to that had a profound impact on me. And the feelings I was left with were, one, I'm good at this. But people respond well to the things that I said. And the very act of standing and professing my beliefs caused me to feel good about these things that I believe in and about the way people responded. But then I went on my mission to the Portugal, Lisbon North mission, had a wonderful 2 years, 1992 to 1994. I had great companions and great experiences and served in amazing areas and had all kinds of spiritual experiences. And it was kind of on my mission where I had that thought, I can do this. Like, I really love testifying of Joseph Smith. I feel so good, and I seem to have an impact on other people. I remember teaching this man who was Yugoslavian. I was on the island of Madeira, and so it was in English, which, even though my Portuguese was really solid, I think it was pretty good at that point in my mission. It was nice to teach in English. I thought, wow, this is kind of cool. And after telling about the first vision, and we were talking about prayer and the importance of asking God to know if these things are true, I made just an impassioned plea for him to do that and shared my testimony. And he just looked me dead in the eye and said, what are you going to do when you're no longer called elder? And I said, I was taken aback. I thought, what does that have to do with my testimony? And I said, well, I've thought about medical school and maybe psychology. And he looked me right in the eyes and he said, you should be an attorney. And I said, really? And he said, because you're very convincing. And I thought, oh, well, I'll take that as a compliment. But of course, what did I say? That's the Spirit. That's not me. And especially as a CES employee, we are taught to any goodness and this is how I felt, these are all my opinions and I own them, but I have to give that credit back to God. And if I'm successful in sharing a message, it's not my message, it's not my skill, and God gave me this, and it's the Spirit anyway. But this Yugoslavian, his take on it was, I'm looking at you thinking you're very good at what you do, you're very convincing. And he didn't, to my recollection, join the church, but he was a very nice guy.
Well, let's jump to the process of becoming a CES employee.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. You want me to just dive in?
Yeah, and incorporate Brooke as she's part of the process.
Okay, absolutely. Junior year at Brigham Young University, I transferred after my mission. I didn't share this, but it was my mission that I think I mentioned made me start to feel like maybe I could do this for a living. So I thought, what's the next best thing? Teaching at the MTC. So I had a scholarship at Utah State that I elected to not seek to try to renew, but I wanted to be close to my family. I wanted to save a little bit of money. I could live with my family, but I really wanted to teach at the MTC. And I was fortunate enough to be able to do that. I consider that a blessing. So in January of 1995, I started teaching at the MTC. By my junior year, which would have been 96, is when you enter into the pre-service program. Now, for those who may not know, and I'm just going to tell you my experience because that's all I do know. I can't speak for everybody, and I don't know exactly how it works now, but there were 8 or 9 pre-service centers when I started this. BYU was one of them, and obviously it's one of the biggest. And I went into the first class, which anybody can go into. It's a religion class that basically tells you about seminary teaching.
And actually, there's kind of been a push to get as many youth in that class as possible, right? Isn't that the one?
I recall some over time trying to pamphlets that were printed, how do you become a seminary teacher, and I saw some of those.
I thought fairly recently, though, kind of the CES call has been, let's get as many kids as possible into that class.
Even at EFY, Session Director Training, that
we're
has
supposed
been
to
discussed.
kind of promote that class.
Yeah. So there were, at the time, as I counted them, 14 different screenings that you went through. Everything from as simple as taking a class to a specific religion course, like Doctrines of the Gospel was required to take when I was at BYU, to after you go into that class, from that point on, it's a process of elimination. And so there may be hundreds that start this class, but there's only, when I was hired in 1998, if I remember correctly, only 45 people in all of the United States and Canada were hired. So, and
out of how many do you think tried?
Hundreds.
They kind of told us,
Hundreds and hundreds, because at BYU alone, there were a couple hundred, maybe more, because there were multiple classes. And 10 to 15, and I could be wrong on this, but 10 to 15 were hired out of BYU. The others came from University of Utah, Weber, there's some in Idaho, I think there's pre-service in Arizona. The screenings include things like teaching, for me, that it was teaching a 5-minute lesson. Mm-hmm. And now Brooke was here in on this because, we were married in May of 1996. Did I get that right? And so her involvement initially was to see her husband incredibly stressed over trying to make the right kinds of impressions, because I knew how hard it was. I remember one thing that was said, and I can't remember if it was a teacher or just a peer. It said, statistically, it's harder to get in to be a seminary teacher than to get into med school. And that, somebody had done the math, or that was their opinion or something. And we were repeatedly told, don't put all your eggs in one basket. In fact, at the time, there was no such thing as a religion degree. We were specifically told to have a field of study that was outside of religion, so that if it didn't work out, you had something to do.
But the process took you right up to graduation.
It's a 2-year program.
For those, and so I think even though we were told to have our eggs in one basket, a lot of us were waiting to see if that was going to work out.
Well, I can speak for myself. I put all my eggs in that basket. I don't do things any other way. And so even though they were saying have some backup, in my mind, this is what I thought using that analogy. I thought, my eggs are in this basket. This is what I want more than anything. This is my dream job. And if it doesn't work out, I will be devastated, but I will carefully move my eggs into another basket. But I'm going to go out this 100%. And it was a great amount of stress.
it was kind of like classes at first, but then just like a student teaching job, as it kind of becomes more involved, you were teaching at a seminary outside of class time. And then we also started having monthly couple meetings.
Couple meetings, and that's where I remember, and you can share your feelings about this, but those meetings were tough because it was like looking around at the competition.
Yeah.
And then we would go home, and I'd be literally terrified about, this is never going to happen. I'm first of all, I maybe I just have lacked confidence, but I just didn't think, I am not as good as all these other men. It really was mostly men. I only remember maybe one or two women
But almost
that were
all of them were
trying to
married.
become.
And then there were a couple of women.
Oh, and the pressure to be married was very. They never. I don't recall overtly saying, "If you are not married, we will not hire you," but they did all but say that. It was very clear that the married folks. The one I remember one day drawing up on the board was, if we have teacher A, and he does this, this, and this, and this, and we have teacher B who also does this, 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 and this, and this certain level of quality of teaching, and teacher A is married and teacher B is not married, who do you think we're going to hire?
Yeah, in fact, you and I had this conversation before.
Yeah.
We have a mutual friend, Mark McConkey, who's a grandson of Bruce R. McConkey,
Yes.
who went through the Seminary Institute program with
Yeah.
you, and he didn't get hired.
He didn't.
And he wasn't married. And being a McConkey, you got to think that maybe the marriage thing was the thing that kept him.
Yeah.
Because he's
Sure.
a delightful.
He is
He's
wonderful.
a delightful individual.
And I can tell you,
Yeah.
he's a great teacher.
Yeah.
And I don't know why he didn't get hired, and I can't say for sure that that's it, but I personally believe
could
that
be an
that was
Yeah.
part of it.
So what are the most rigorous parts of the screening?
I felt, the 5-day classroom experience when we had to go and teach in a classroom, and then we were going to be observed.
The
That was
observations were
very
always stressful
intense.
for you.
How much time of observation was
it varied.
Was it weeks? Was it minutes? Was it
I
hours?
should say that the entire, when I say I've been with CES for 14 years, I include 1 year of where I was an opt teacher. And I was told that stood for outstanding part-time teacher. But maybe the acronym means something different.
Official part-time.
But I was at Lehigh Junior Seminary from 1997 to 1998, where some observations were known and scheduled, and we were told in advance, but we were also told we could come at any time. Just so you know, we could pop in.
And those were stressful, but those were fun years because we had good friends, and I remember we would spend late nights at the seminary building decorating the room, and I mean, it was a fun job.
Brooke, did you look at this as your calling too?
Oh my gosh, yes. Like I would shop for just the right ribbon for the borders, have you seen your image in your countenance? Remember that when we put that up?
She is awesome. She is super creative and helped me to have, I think, a very well decorated.
Yeah, we would do
classroom
everything
with
together.
Great,
and all of your visual aids, we would work on those together.
countless hours.
Yeah, we used the little dot matrix
During that
printer.
year when I was at Lehigh, first of all, I was still in college, so I'm trying to keep my grades up, and I'm getting paid, but it's not a lot. It's just part-time wages. But it was not uncommon to stay up till 1 or 2 in the morning perfecting a lesson outline, just in case they were going to come. And I remember one occasion where I had done that, and I had stayed up literally until like 2:30 in the morning getting my lesson so good. Like I'm looking at the notes from class and what they're looking for and what is the best way to teach and doctrines, principles, events, and the way they wanted the outline done. And I print it out, and it's beautiful. And the next day, they made one of those appearances, and I was sure that was the Lord blessing me, And here's what happened. It was so interesting. He walked in and said, "Hey, is it okay if I observe you?" And actually, I saw him coming, knew that he was coming in the building, already had an extra copy of the outline. And when he walked in, I said, before he could say, "Is it okay if I visit?"
that.
I said, "It's so good to have you here. Here's a copy of my outline." And he looked at it and he went, "Wow, I don't think I need to be here today." And he just left. And I was like, yes, and because I felt so relieved, one, that he wasn't going to be in there. And so at the end of that year, what happens when I was being hired is, and Brother Dan Bell at the time worked for CES and was part of this hiring process. He had a significant part. In fact, I think his mother used to jokingly say he was kind of like the destroying angel. And there was you could, maybe that's harsh to say, but I remember he referred to himself in that way. He really had a lot of ability because he was to make or break you as a CES teacher, because he was the last voice before saying, "You're going to get an interview with the general authority," or "Thank you so much for 2 years of your life, but those baskets we were talking about, you're going to want to start going in another direction." So people would start to panic if in February and then March came and Brother Bell had not come, because that was a bad sign. There were so many teachers, more than he could visit. And I remember when I found out that he was going to come observe me. I was teaching Alma chapter 26, and I thought, score, love this chapter. This is killer. And But I was still so nervous. I can honestly say that, well, I really, really wanted this. And I think, I think deep down I sensed that I was good at it. But anyway, my wife had written me a note that day. I probably have this somewhere, and it was on my desk. And
I don't even remember this.
It just said that she said something like, I know that you're going to do great. It was very positive, and that, you're going to give a great lesson. And apparently one of the pre-service directors who came with Brother Bell that day saw that note on my desk. And so he came in, he observed, I taught my lesson. And then as they were leaving, and I have to tell you, one of the environment was that they were pretty close. They were very kind and very, these are just good people, good men, but they would not give you clues as to how you did. Mm-hmm. And the reason they explained is they'd been burned in the past, where people had thought, but you said my lesson was so good, and why didn't you hire me? And so they would be very close. And so as they were leaving, and this teacher said to me, you can tell your wife that her prayers were answered.
Oh.
And so I remember thinking, this is validation and maybe I'll back up a few months before. I'm watering the lawn of the home that we were living at in a basement apartment in Provo, Utah, just stressed about, am I going to get hired? Am I good enough? Are they going to like me? Am I going to be able to do this thing that I want more than anything in the world? And I just remember having this feeling that I was going to be hired as I was watering the lawn. That was, at that time, a spiritual confirmation. And I denied it multiple times since after that, especially we'd go to those meetings before getting hired.
Right.
So you wouldn't
yeah, then he'd come home from the meetings and be like, it's never going to happen.
Right.
I felt, and I really had great respect for the people I was surrounded with.
Sure.
They were tremendous individuals, and I felt like they were such good teachers. But we did our best to put it in the Lord's hands,
I do just want to tell one quick story about one of the couple meetings, because I feel like there was one of the seminary advisors' wives. I remember sitting in a meeting and they were talking about how good the benefits were when you work for the church. And so I'm pregnant with our first baby, and I am just wide-eyed romantic, and this is all going to be wonderful. And I remember going up with a friend to this wife, and the friend said to the wife, how does it work with the income and the finances and the budget? And the wife said, I'm not going to lie, it's really hard. And I remember thinking, shame on her for not being more positive. So I said to her, yeah, but it all works out, right? The Lord takes care of you, right? And she goes, it's really hard. And I think now, where was I? Sweet woman. I mean, I really...
She was being honest.
Yeah, she was trying to just really be honest about the situation, because I think that you get a lot of this, it's so great, there's so many blessings, and here's this one woman in her 3 minutes of actually getting to speak to people who's like, I'm really trying to give it to you straight. So, it's not like... I think that there were a lot of different perspectives, but I look back on her very fondly. Yeah. Even though at the time I was a little bit off-put by her, I really appreciate her willingness to be truthful. So yeah.
So just to summarize, let's list off all the different requirements.
Classes.
How many?
I recall 3.
3 classes.
But some of them were doctrinally based. Classes that BYU offered to anybody, but 2 specific to seminary teachers.
Okay.
And then observations along the way of your teaching.
Of a year's worth of observations?
If you made it that far, there was a year's worth of sporadic observations. Okay. But these were like a 5-minute lesson to your peers being observed through glass, like people watching you, filming it and watching you.
Got it.
And then a 5-day experience where you taught in a classroom locally in Utah Valley.
Did you have to be invited to that?
You did. Everything from the time you go to the first class, everything after is invitational.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So they start to weed out, and the class weeds. People come in and they go, they learn about the salary, or they ask hard questions like, can you honestly envision yourself working with teenagers for the next 30 years of your life? And some people weed themselves out. Approval from a bishop, approval from your stake president. These are letters that are sent. Those are part of the steps as well that we did mention, and that continue throughout your career in CES. Every year you are annually, your worthiness is certified.
Yep.
And so after you make it to that 1 year and you're observed, Brother Bell comes, and if he says, yeah, this guy or this woman, which is more rare, we're going to have them do an interview in Salt Lake. And so then you go to Salt Lake and you meet with the general authority. Well, actually, between that interview, there's a phone call that you're waiting for that usually comes from Brother Bell or from somebody else. It came from one of the pre-service directors and says, congratulations, you're moving on. And then that's the one thing that we forgot to mention was what they referred to as the CES home teacher, but it was a man who worked for CES, and I don't recall him being a psychologist per se, but he came in and did a psychological evaluation of us as a couple.
What kind of questions?
It was the color. Do you remember, the color one where you fill it all out beforehand?
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember this. I mean, I remember him coming, but I don't remember filling anything out.
I remember filling it out and then coming in and they kind of go over it with you.
So whether you're a red or a blue or a white or yellow?
Yeah. And I remember them saying, well, Brooke scored really high on the creativity.
Oh, I do remember that.
And I remember going, I think I said something to the effect of, I remember thinking in my mind, well, that's good for me because then we're a couple. Because they said, and I think we should say this, and you already have, John, they hire you as a couple. We were told that repeatedly. Even in the hire interview where we signed our contract, we are hiring the McLays. We are hiring you as a couple. So it was very important to me to say, hey, if my wife is creative, that's good for us because her creativity will come into my classroom and in my lessons.
Right.
And I really believe that because she is very creative because I don't think I scored as high as her on that.
And then after that, you are invited to the church office building to meet with a 70.
Yeah, it was Elder Dennis B. Neuenschwander for us of the First Quorum of the 70.
So your interview with the general authority, what types of questions did he ask?
Well, first I should say he met with us as a couple.
Okay.
And then and we had, Andrew was about a week old.
Mm-hmm. We just had our baby.
And while we were waiting for that interview, he interviewed us as a couple, and then he said, may I speak to your husband alone, very politely, and Brooke and Andrew left. And then he asked me worthiness questions. He specifically asked me about pornography, asked me about my testimony, had me share my testimony. If the feeling is if you've made it to this point, you've done something right. It's very rare, from what we were told, to get an interview with the general authority and not be hired. But his job, as it was explained to us and as it came out, was to certify worthiness. And that's what he was doing with me. So he asked questions about my testimony. I seem to recall maybe a couple of the temple recommend questions coming in, that you would hear about your worthiness. And then we were told, head back over to the church. This was in the administration building. Head back over to the church office building on the 9th floor where CES is. And between the time we made that trek, his secretary was going to make a call. That was going to be yay or nay, pretty much. So we walked over and then we went in and met with Brother Bell, and he said that it was a yay, that they'd like to hire us, and that my first assignment would be in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and that I would be the seminary principal. And I remember being so shocked by that. First of all, I'm thinking, where the heck is Colorado Springs? But I thought, surely he couldn't have said principal. But anyway.
And I was just so glad that it wasn't Utah. Because I remember on the way up, I was like, anything but Utah. And so it was so exciting.
That was the final step. And then afterwards, that day, though, and you can tell me if you want to address this later, but part of what we signed was explained to us that divorce, bankruptcy, not having a temple recommend were all things that could lead to termination. And so there was an understanding, and I knew I knew that. We agreed and we fully understood what we were getting into, including the salary. And so as one of my former colleagues once said, when I signed the bottom line, we feel like we forfeit our right to complain about that. And I don't know how good we were.
I think we agreed that, though. Yeah,
we agreed.
We had no problem with those things.
John, it was what we wanted. I had just been told that you now have your dream job. You get to do.
And you felt that way.
Oh,
you've always loved that job.
I was elated. Yeah.
Yeah, you loved it.
So it was exciting. But I remember seeing back to the process of being hired, because that's what we're talking about. An advertisement for a car dealership where there was one of their dealers, I guess, under a microscope, a giant microscope. And I would just say it was and the kind of scrutiny and the way that they look at you and everything. I felt like I had a 2-year-long job interview. That's what it felt like.
Yeah,
it was
a long
very
process.
much scrutinizing and looking at, and you know, people are praying over you and asking about your worthiness, and you're trying in every way to prove that you are. And when I say that, I guess you could say to prove that you were a true believing, testimonied, correlated, deeply testimonied member of the church, because that's what they were looking for.
And you were.
He was.
Yes.
And you were.
She was, yeah. We were.
We were.
All right. So, I guess the next phase I'd like to go into is just a brief. I want to ask you some details about what it's like to be a seminary teacher, and then talk about, or institute teacher, and then talk about the different things that you did, just at a high level, just like some of the types of things you did.
Sure.
And so, what's the salary structure of a seminary institute teacher, of a CES employee? Just give us a general.
Okay, so it's comparable to a teacher in school teacher in Utah. In fact, I think they usually went to great lengths to make sure that it was not tremendously more, because there's a great concern about image and not appearing to be get more than we need or want. Picture a chart where on one side is your years of teaching and on the top is your level of education. So if you have a master's degree and you've taught for 12 years, you make this much money. It doesn't matter if you're a principal, an institute teacher, a coordinator, it's pretty much the same. There is a cost of living allowance for some areas, and sometimes when you're a principal or a director, there's a stipend. For me, when I was a seminary principal, it was $600 a year. That came with that extra work that might be associated.
So give us a general idea of what you start out at and what it advances to.
I started out at about $27,000 when I was hired, and then when I left, it was about $69,000.
But talk about, like, okay, after a couple of years, it goes to here.
Yeah, well, so every year you get a little bit of a percentage of a raise.
Yeah.
And then you,
It's not merit-based. It is just across the
Right.
board what the church decides they're going to give you.
And like the church paid for you to get your master's degree, which was, we always looked at that
Yeah.
as such a double blessing, because they paid for the master's degree, plus when the master's degree was gotten, that meant a bit of a raise.
More earning
And
potential.
so there was always a raise every year that we could look forward
Yeah.
to.
A modest raise.
Yeah, it was like, what, 3% or something?
There was something that happened significant about, I don't know that it was that
Oh,
high, but
yeah.
about 7 or 8 years ago, and I'm going to get the dates wrong, when the CES decided that they wanted to, this is the way it was explained to me, the church wanted all their employees to be basically the same. So we used to have this 9-month salary, and then during the summer we had an option. It was SEO, the summer employment option, where we could work for up to 8 weeks and make some extra money. I remember my father would build fences, he would do whatever during the summer to try to help make ends meet. Several years ago, the church said, we're going to have our seminary CES guys be year-round as well. So they restructured the salary at that time. I remember there was this little bit of an increase, which was nice. But there was also a sense of loss, because for some of us that go into teaching, the holidays are the best part, more time off in the summer,
Yeah, like the whole
2 weeks
summer.
or something during Christmas. And now it was
Okay.
leave days and much more of a traditional structure.
Okay, so it was in the high 20s to start with.
Yep.
Within 5 years, you were where?
Well,
probably in the
within 5 years, I got my
35s.
master's. And so,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
it was
true.
still fairly low, maybe high 30s.
So high 30s
Yeah.
within 5
Low
years.
40s.
I don't remember exactly, I just know that there was always a little bit of a raise that ended up being maybe like $100 a paycheck. And so, of course,
and I
we were
wanna say,
glad. But
I think it's important to say I feel funny talking about it because it's kind of guarded.
Yeah, like you're not
You're
really-
not supposed to, and then that's okay. I mean, I have no problem sharing this with you, but in CES, there's a culture of we don't really openly talk about what we make.
right.
And so, and again, it's all relative, because I happen to know that there are people who make far less than that and that are really struggling. And
Although I
but it
will
was-
say, as a mother, the pay was always, we were always so grateful for the job, and of course
Yeah.
we were doing it not for the money, but when my kids started going into school, every year I would be like $1,000 below poverty, like just below reaching the poverty level. So I always felt like we were always scrimping pennies.
You were always at the poverty level.
Just always above it.
Right above the poverty level.
Just eking above. Yeah, and of course, if it was just the two of us, we wouldn't have been. But because we were multiplying and replenishing,
right.
we were doing a really good job of that. And so the size of family that we had always kept us just
So to start with in the high 20s, within 5 years, low 40s. Within 10 years, you were in the 50s.
In the 50s.
And then
maybe pushing 60, and then these last few years, and like I said, it was in the high 60s.
Okay.
I don't want to be in the least bit facetious in saying people were so generous.
Oh, without
And there was
question.
not an occasion that I can remember, a Christmas or a holiday, especially around the holidays, where people would not, from the earliest time in our marriage, and this is, kind of tender to me because people in the church are really nice. I don't have to tell you this, they're good people. From Christmas trees that were, left on the porch to, even my hearing aids that I have now are a gift from a member. I think I'm a little emotional, a little sad about it because I fear that some of that is lost in the decisions that we've made. That my job, it was weird because it was a paradox. It was like they don't pay us enough to be able to really feel like we can just do this ourselves. But because we are who we are in this position, people looked out for us.
They did.
People sacrificed for the
remarkable.
McLays, and I fully acknowledge that. And my deepest gratitude is extended to those people.
Yeah.
But I don't want to pretend like...
tell some of the more ways that people would help you out.
Oh, well, every Christmas,
monetary gifts,
when we would go into tithing settlement, every Christmas the bishop would say,
maybe $100.
someone left us
somebody gave you
this envelope.
Yeah.
Or there would be a knock at the door, and it was, what was that
The
year?
money tree? Do you
The
remember
money
that?
tree. Yeah, there was this tree
Probably
with all of this money.
$200+ on there or
Yeah.
something, which to us is like,
We wept
oh,
like
groceries
babies.
for a month.
Yeah, we had a Christmas tree dropped off actually twice, I believe.
I had basketball shoes. I love to play basketball, and I remember
that
a
was
student
a sweet one.
gave me basketball shoes. It's just
That was a
great young
really
man.
incredible, that was a sweet student because this student just entirely on his own said, Brother McLay needs basketball shoes, and they showed up, and he did not want him to know, but the receipt was left and it had his name in it.
Had the family name on because they got, anyway.
And
I brought that up at his graduation. I was able to weave that into a talk, but I'm trying to think of what else people did for us.
Oh, I know. We had purchased something on eBay for, it was for a project
Software,
I was
yeah.
doing. And it was like a big purchase, like $400. I was going to say thousands because it felt like so much money.
It did feel like more.
And it ended up being a fraudulent purchase. And so another man found out about this through the seminary students. Those students were listening and always looking out, for opportunity. They're just good kids. And so one of their fathers called and offered me the software that I had purchased plus enough of a job to pay back the money that we had lost. It was incredible.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Good people.
So, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I was thinking about my hearing aids, and these are very expensive hearing aids. And when I bought them, I don't know that they made any more expensive. And this friend of mine, this good man, when he felt inspired to do that. It came from a conversation in a parking lot at a church building in Colorado Springs, and he said, I'm only asking one thing of you in return, one favor. And I said, yeah, anything. And he said, just don't tell anybody that it was me. And I thought, and I remember, and I still feel this way, that's the kind of person I want to be. The help that people offered us, the support, and not just in monetary ways, but the feeling that we are behind the McLays, that was very real, and for the most part, that was substantive, and that kind of helps you through, doing what you do. So,
beautiful. That was a great segment. Let's list off all the different things that you were responsible for, or positions, or things that you did.
Okay. My first, and I spent 12 years in seminary, and so when Brother Bell said you were going to Colorado Springs, I was the principal, the teacher, seminary council advisor, the building agent, the budget manager, and a coordinator. They made me an early morning coordinator for a stake, and so I kind of worked with this other CES man to train and appoint seminary teachers, which was interesting, being 24 years old and interviewing people in their 60s. And I remember the first time that a man came in and he looked right past me and he said, "I'm here for the interview. Who am I supposed to speak with?" And I said, that'd be me. And so I was pretty young to be doing this. And I basically did 5 classes a day, every day, 5 seminary classes. So that was the main thing, is that I was teaching those 5 classes. On top of that, I was teaching institute part-time, usually 1 night a week. And so the coordinating position came and went. I did that for a little time, and then it went, and then it came back. And same with institute. There were times when I was so stressed getting my master's degree. In fact, when I was working on my master's degree, I was teaching those 5 classes a day as a seminary principal with my seminary assignment. I had been called to serve on the High Council, and Brooke was pregnant with twins. So at one point, I'm serving on the High Council, teaching seminary full-time, working on a master's degree, and my wife, and we have a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old, and 2 babies.
Wow.
And
Wow.
And I remember going to the stake president and saying, because we were required to sit on the stand as High Council members anytime we visited a ward, including our own, which I was assigned to at the time. But I had to ask for special permission to sit with my family to help with the twins when they were newborn.
Nice.
And I got 2 or 3 weeks where I was able to sit with.
Yeah,
Brooke.
you had a lot of help.
Okay, so was there non-Colorado related things that you were involved in?
Beginning in the year 2000, I was called and asked to be part of EFY. And the name of the person that called me was Vince Stroud, and I don't know who recommended me because I didn't
called, you don't
want
mean
to-
calling, you mean phone call.
Phone call.
Okay.
It wasn't calling and thank you for in the church, but they said, "We've heard about you, and we want you to." And I kind of said, "Let me give it some thought." I had some mixed feelings about EFY because we'll probably get into this, but I kind of felt like it was like spiritual Twinkies, and that my job as a CES man was to be doctrinally pure and sound and very correlated. And so I had some hesitation, but I had a conversation that led me to accepting that responsibility, which led me to teaching for 2 years, just teaching. And then after 2 years, they asked me to be a session director. And so I have been all over the United States and to Canada more than once teaching.
So with EFY, you would travel around. Would you?
Yeah.
You would just present to youth at EFY conferences?
Couple different things. So it might be like if it's EFY, the mainstream one, Connecticut, Texas, take your pick, where it's the week long, and Brooke and I would go together if I was directing, and we would be kind of in charge. Not in charge, because there's a whole hierarchy and structure, but
You lead you're like the
teaching.
father and the mother of the session,
Right.
kind of.
These are groups from anywhere from 150 to the BYU groups 1,500 we would have for a week. And yes.
Did you guys do the BYU EFY?
Oh yeah.
Oh, we did.
Multiple times.
Yeah, several.
Where are your
Loved
kids
it.
during this time?
We hired
headache.
babysitters, or else.
Did they pay you extra for that?
No, they used to. Right before we came into EFY, they would allow families to come, and so we have a lot of friends who have fond memories of bringing their families. But when we came, there was kind of a rule passed that families should not come, and then so it was like the wife could be
So it could be
flexible,
just-
and so sometimes I would come, sometimes I would get a babysitter and stay the whole week. And then it seems like more recently there was kind of this decision that no families and the wife should be there.
So did they ever pay you to go? Mm-mm. You never got paid?
No.
But you were expected to go?
Yeah,
In the
they
latter
did give me,
years,
like
they
I got the
really
food and I got to
expected
stay
it.
with John, but I was
So
not
you didn't
paid a
get
salary.
paid for the babysitters, and you didn't get paid for your participation.
Right, no.
And I got paid to go.
Right.
But not a lot. Now, I wanted to do it, and I think that's been made clear. This is something that I wanted to do, but it was $750 to be there from Saturday morning until Saturday morning, and to speak and teach well, 12 or 13 times, from a 5-minute presentation in a meeting to an hour-long presentation to the entire session. And so again...
And then we just it usually was a wash, I think, because by the time we would pay a babysitter and make arrangements for the kids, we felt like it was just a gift for us.
Financially, it was a wash.
Yeah, we weren't doing it for the money.
We were never doing it for the money.
Yeah.
But I do want to say, for EFY and CES, they would pay, if airfare was involved, they would pay it.
Travel
if there were
expenses.
meals, they would pay
For you?
traveling expenses.
They would pay
yes,
my travel
for her
Okay,
as
for
well.
Brooke. Okay. Okay, so you did EFY.
Yeah.
Did you ever do Education Week?
I did, 2 years, 2009 and 2010. And
you were invited this year.
I was going to do it this year. I had talks that I'd submitted and approved, and I kept, as we were going through this journey, I kept everything in case, because I was pretty sure I was going to find out the church was still true. I was pretty sure that would be the result of my really, soul searching. So we were at EFY session director training this year in April. We were there because my assignment was to go to Florida, and I politely declined.
Oh, wow.
So this is all still very fresh, and maybe we'll talk about some of those if it comes up.
We will, for sure.
Some of those things. But Best of EFY, which is kind of like a mini EFY, where they will take teachers out. I did Long Beach, California, Seattle. I've been to youth conferences because stakes can call EFY office and say, hey, we want some of your teachers to come out. So I remember I did one with Curtis Jacobs in Minnesota. That was great. Stake Center right by the temple. And the Education Week, and I think that about covers it.
Okay, so you've done EFY, Education Week.
But countless firesides for stake standard nights, ward firesides, my own ward, other wards in the stake.
Okay.
More than I can count. And Brooke sometimes was invited to speak at those often because she's an excellent speaker.
I bet.
I mean, she'd be a better session director than I would. And,
Stop.
even when I got to tell you this, when we first started in CES, we were kind of told, your wife shouldn't teach.
Not CES, EFY.
EFY, my bad. I need to be clear about my acronyms. But EFY, it was, your wife shouldn't, and I really struggled with that. In fact, I struggled with it to the point where I kind of ignored it because I thought, my wife is very capable, deeply
Well, I think that you ignored it at my prompting because I'd be like, I have a lot of really nice things to say.
But it's funny because in retrospect, it would be like, I would have an hour and I would say, sweetie, how about I give you 10 minutes?
You did that. You really did that.
But I will say that's kind of changed. And now in EFY, sisters that desire to speak,
there's space for that.
There's space for that.
That's
and
nice.
they're very
nice.
It'd be even nicer if they paid them for it.
It would be
nicer.
Fun.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you were going to just really quickly, some other institute stuff you did.
Oh yeah, I was the institute director in Colorado Springs.
That was a year and a half ago. He moved from seminary to institute, and that job is kind of a unique job because there's not a institute building, so it included.
I taught at the United States Air Force Academy, which my understanding is the only Monday night class in the church that's authorized, and then UCCS, and I was the institute director for all of Colorado Springs. So anybody that was 18 to 30 years old and matriculating in any kind of school, that was our focus. And I was over the other institute teachers. I appointed teachers. I did in-services. But I was the go-to institute guy for 1 year.
Okay. Talk for just a minute on how you enjoyed teaching seminary, how you enjoyed teaching institute, how much you enjoyed, if you did or didn't enjoy.
Yeah.
What was it like for you, just interacting with the students, the whole deal?
Yeah. There were pros and cons to every job, but and so there were stressful days, and there were days when I thought, I don't know if I can go in and deliver one more time and one more lesson. But generally what it was like for me was awesome. Generally what it was like for me was I really felt like I connected with these young people, like I was making a difference in their lives. And I think that's a good question because it helps to why this is so hard for me now. I had purpose, and I recognized that I was not perfect, and I constantly strived to improve my teaching and to learn from other people. But I had incredible relationships with my colleagues. Some of them I still consider my closest friends, like brothers to me or like fathers to me. So I used to say to Brooke and to others who would ask me that question, there's hardly a thing about my job I don't like. It's not just what I do, it's who I do it with and why I do it. Everything about it to me was like, it was my dream job. And so yes, there were stresses and some directors and bosses, if you will, that I got along with better than others. But for the most part, all of my reviews across the board made me feel good about myself, made me feel good about what I was doing. And so I was able to say, this is not about the money. And so I go out, I remember going, I mentioned Long Beach, and I gave a talk that I had developed for really 10 years, you know, and adding current quotes and perfecting it in my PowerPoint presentation. And I got paid $150 for that, plus expenses to go out there. And I remember thinking, I know the people in the world that do what I do to an audience of probably about 1,000 people at that particular one. They might get paid more, but I get paid in different ways. You know, I get to know that I am making a difference in the kingdom of God. And those types of feelings were the foundation that what I do not only matters to me and my family right now in that I'm making a living, but that I am truly building the kingdom of God on earth and helping young people and helping the church to grow stronger. So mostly positive feelings throughout my career with CES.
Beautiful. Brooke, what was it like for you to be the wife of?
You know,
What did you love about
loved it.
Yeah.
We loved all of it. We loved the youth, and to this day, we have nothing but nice memories. I mean, those kids at that seminary building in Colorado Springs are some of the most remarkable kids. They come from loving homes, they have purpose, they have light, and you know, there are a few that are crazy or we worry about them, but that was all part of the whole story. Was, you know, there was just so much personality to that lifestyle. And we would have kids stop by crying, or they would come by before their prom dates. I mean, I felt like I belonged to a really incredible
Or they had prom in our house
stage
times.
of their life. Yeah, we even
'Cause we had
hosted one of their proms. I mean,
The school
I felt like
environment was
I
not
belonged.
appropriate, so they would.
Yeah, there was a belonging to this very special part of these kids' lives, this very formative part. And to be part of that is remarkable and beautiful. We loved it.
What did the spirit of being engaged in this work bring to your home, to your children, to your relationship? How did it feel?
Oh, that's a good question. For me, I've always been a little bit conflicted because I love a lot of the gospel, but I don't like feeling like I'm cramming it down anyone's throats, especially my children. And so often, you know, I mean, our kids, the church was just our second home. We were there for basketball games and for seminary things. And so I think for them growing up, that was always a very happy thing. But at the same time, like if I would notice a struggle in one of our boys, I remember saying to John, if he does not want to go on a mission, I don't want that to be an issue. And so I was always very careful about making sure that our children knew that this was the life that we had chosen for us, but to also allow space for their own personal growth. So.
But I imagine the spiritual high, where you're just always together, united with a cause, serving the Lord, teaching, modeling.
We were often modeling, but I think that because we held ourselves at a standard, there was also a lot of low times where, like, if we would fight or if we would be upset,
or if we missed scripture study. I think there was an added measure of guilt because we are supposed to be the people who lead by example.
Yeah.
You know,
actually, behind the scenes, I would say was not always model, and we tried to be honest about that with the youth that we taught. You know, we would say we fight all the time. We need you to know that.
Well, so what are all the things you did do? What are all the things you did do or tried to do?
We would try to do everything exactly like it was supposed to be. Family home evening.
Family home evening.
Morning scripture study. Although the number of fights that we have had over morning scripture study, because John knew exactly what it should look like and that he should lead out. And if he didn't wake up right before breakfast and lead it out, and I let it out, then some sort of a sin was committed. I mean, you know, so there was angst when things weren't carried out exactly the way that it should.
Activities.
Let's keep
meetings.
listing the
Family
things.
activities.
We tried to pray in the evening.
prayers.
So we tried to pray in the morning and in the evening as a family, did meals together.
Like going to service projects to help the youth, like Eagle Scout projects.
The other
and-
burden, especially early on, was I tried to attend as many of my student activities as I possibly could. So I was paying, as a young seminary teacher, to go to plays and basketball games, and
Which
for me,
was
that
fun.
was worth
We would
it.
take the kids along to that.
Because I love sports and I love my students, and
Yeah.
and so it was our life.
Yeah.
The church was our life.
Couple prayer and couple scripture study. We would always try to do that, but I'm
Yeah.
afraid we weren't very good because often we
Could
were
have
very
done
tired.
Better.
We just wanted to watch a movie. But yeah, and so like I think that we were
only.
both keenly aware of what we should always be doing. And so even in situations where like we might have a few minutes of downtime, I would feel like, why don't we get the kids together and read a friend's story? Why don't we get the kids together and, it was always this anxiously engaged.
Yeah.
Okay. And how was your relationship?
Normal, good and bad and horrible and sometimes
I think it was
not.
mostly good. And maybe I'll bring up something my father said because it could be a segue and we might come back to this. But when I was explaining to my dad that in June that I said I think I'm probably going to leave the church and I'm definitely going to leave CES. He said I was talking about some of the issues that we're going to discuss later in this podcast. But he said, son, when you go to EFY and you talk about your marriage, don't you put your best foot forward. You don't stand up and tell the kids the bad things or the ugly things. You try to present yourself in the best way possible. And I think he was trying to make, and it was a good point, that why would the church be any different, right? Now, we can talk about those differences later, because I think there is a big difference. But what I'm trying to say is Brooke and I never put ourselves out there as the couple to be, as the only
No.
true and living couple. We had our ups and our downs, but we were happy. And one thing I can tell you consistently throughout our relationship and from these young people that we were teaching, I was going through these letters the other day, but is email or letter or comment after comment of, we hope we have a relationship like you. The way we were viewed is very significant because the people viewed us as this ideal couple, an ideal family. And I remember people saying, I want to have the exact same number of kids as you. That goes boy, girl, and then boy, girl twins. That's, people repeatedly, and I hope my husband's like you, Brother McLay. I hope I can find a wife like Sister McLay. And that's very flattering and that feels good.
I think also, if I'm being really honest about, if you're asking about how our relationship was, I think that I have always believed, even from the minute that we were married, that we were kind of chosen, that there was this something special about John and Brooke, that God brought us together to do good, that together we would, and so even when we would fight or argue, there was always this knowledge that we were going to not just work it out, but we were going to be the celestial, glorified family, and that was what we were made for. And so I think that was kind of the underwriting feeling behind a lot of the things that pulled us out, but also that gave us hope and purpose, but also that created angst because there was such a standard that we would hold ourselves to. For instance, and I think that I've always been kind of more of the romantic, and he's always been a little more by the book. And so once after a fight, I remember saying years ago, John, I think that we should, maybe we should look into marriage counseling. And John said, oh, we have the scriptures. All that we need to know is within the scriptures. And so that was very much.
I said it very gently and lovingly, didn't I?
He did with a little pat.
But that's true. I really believe.
Yeah, and so that was very much
nothing we couldn't figure out.
Yeah, it was very by the book.
Prophets.
And early on, even within our sex life, it was very much by the book. I knew what positions were allowed and what was not allowed and what we should say and shouldn't say. And so we held rigidly to those we were both very obedient. So we held rigidly to those standards, knowing that they would bring us happiness and that we were the chosen ones.
We never looked at ourselves as superhuman or somehow special, but I assure you that other people looked at us in that way because we were in CES, because of the positions of leadership that we had. It was very much a constant in our lives that you're being watched. And sometimes that was very pleasurable and other times it wasn't.
Overall, was there something beautiful about it?
About our marriage?
About the
Just
whole
that
experience.
Absolutely. You know, I just think that there is something about belonging and feeling so at home with your people, and they open their arms wide open to you, and you give everything to them. And that was our life, you know? It was absolute sacrifice, and it was beautiful. I never, you know, even in the moments where I think I don't want to go to this meeting, I knew that if I went to the meeting that, you know, I would be succored by the people. And I think that from the very beginning of this faith crisis, we've never had a problem with leaving the church. It's always been losing those people. We love them.
And John, thank you, Brooke. And John, for you, beautiful?
Yeah. And again, particularly the love that I felt in my heart for these young people. I particularly EFY. I love teaching in the classroom, but there's something about that experience that was so powerful to me of connecting with these young people, and I hold them in the highest regard, and I have such fond memories of these people, and not just the youth, but the people I worked with are good men and good women, and I believe that they love the Lord, and so letting go of that, yeah, it was so beautiful, and it was so fulfilling in so many ways that it's been, I think we'll probably talk about that, but it's been brutal. Because I genuinely feel that I was making a difference, and that I was connected to something good, and yeah, I loved my life in CES. I loved these young people and my association with them. I couldn't get enough of it. I told Brooke a couple of years ago, if I could travel and speak, like do this EFY kind of a thing for a living, that's all I would do. I would be fulfilled. Just if I could make a living traveling and speaking and teaching the gospel and connecting with these people and helping them feel of worth and to recognize the promise within them. And so, yeah, very positive experiences.
Now we're going to just spend at least an hour on why would anyone ever in your positions leave the church. And so, since John, I think maybe maybe both of you have things that stretch back into your childhood. And so let's just start there. What seeds of doubt or concerns sprouted? And talk us through the process of you getting to the point where you would ever want to resign from the church.
Sure.
You know, let alone not believe.
Yeah, sure. At the earliest, I think, doubt that I can really say I'm having issues was as a missionary in my first area, and it was specifically about Joseph Smith. And I wrote that off at the time as unpleasant encounters with people of other faiths as I tried to talk about him, and evil. You know, I would have, it was the devil, but...
What was the issue about Joseph?
It was just whether or not his story was true. At the time...
Why would you doubt that?
I don't know, except that maybe I was thinking and I was having some... I'm sorry, that was a little rude, but
really?
No, I'm very analytical, and so I feel like I had to suspend in retrospect, but you're asking the journey and not retrospect. So I'm 19, and I'm seriously doubting that Joseph told the truth, to the point of where I finally opened up to my mission companion, and he said, "It's okay, I have doubts too," and he comforted me, and I got a blessing from my mission president. He said, "I'm having doubts about this," and then I had an awesome mission, and I think I did really well as a missionary, and we've already talked about that, so I'll skip ahead to things that would happen in CES. I actually pulled some notes out. I was going through them the other day, and I can give you a date here because I've got the notes when Wilford Griggs, who was at the time a teacher at BYU and a former CES man, and he came and spoke to us about the Book of Abraham on October 7th, 1999. And I have 5 pages of copious notes. And at the time, it was very important to me to hear somebody who was an expert talk about the book of Abraham so that I could continue to, because I was hearing these things that people who really look at it closely hear, that the papyrus had been found, and that Egyptologists translated it, and it was nothing like what Joseph said. And so as a teacher, wanting to believe and feeling responsibility to teach other people about this book, this was manna to me. I mean, I sat there, and it was probably 3 or 4 hours, and I was able to kind of put that concern, and let me just voice it. I started to doubt if the book of Abraham was what it purports to be, but I was able to put it on the shelf through experiences like this.
I took a class from Griggs, and I think he lectured straight from the Hebrew, or straight from the original language of the New Testament. Greek.
It was
from the Greek, right?
Yep,
He's
got it right here in my notes.
Right?
He is very bright, and it was enough for me, and I'm going to say this because it's part of my journey, but smart people in the church do not make the church any more true than intelligent people outside of the church make it false.
Right.
And I knew that, but like many members, it was important for me. It was my career, and it was also what I truly felt in my heart to have these kinds of encounters with apologists and my own personal studies that could help me say, I may not fully understand it, but I have faith, and my faith will bridge the gap, and I'll put it on a shelf. A few years later, polygamy comes up, and in a area meeting, and I overhear somebody, and it's not that I don't think about these things at all, but I have to say that part of my journey is the curriculum that I was teaching, because I was adamant about teaching from the manuals and the scriptures and the words of the prophets. I didn't deviate. When I prepared a lesson, in fact, I even I guess at times use it as a crutch. If I was short on time and I needed to really get something done quickly, I had this awesome curriculum. I had lesson suggestions outlined for me, and it was beautiful, and I really relied on that. So it's not that I never thought about these things, but I heard one of the brethren in my area at an area meeting he was talking about Todd Compton's book, In Sacred Loneliness, and I'd not heard of this. And I wasn't even indirectly in the conversation, but he said, this is what I remember hearing, I wouldn't recommend it for any of my students. And I wouldn't even read it yourself unless you feel like you're very comfortable with your faith. And I remember saying, I have faith. I can handle this. This is what I do for a living, I am in. And I'd never bought the book. I started Googling and searching and just reading reviews, and then it led me to Wives of Joseph Smith, a website. And then I started reading, and there were times where I would go to what at the time I considered anti-Mormon, because as a teacher, I needed to be aware of what the critics were saying. I needed to be able to refute that, and if my students brought up questions or they brought me a pamphlet and said, my friend gave me this, he's a member of the Assembly of God or whatever, how do you respond to this? So I was aware of it, but that is when I first began to discover polygamy, and that is part of my concern.
And so what were the things about polygamy that bothered you?
Well, the number of wives that Joseph had, and I'm kind of embarrassed to say this because there are going to be, I shouldn't be, but there are going to be people that say, you were a teacher and you didn't know this. But John, I think that's part of the story. And that is that I was a teacher, and that I was hired, and that I was by the book, the best of my ability, teaching what I was told to teach. And I had to discover these things.
Although you knew about polygamy, you just didn't know all the details.
I didn't know the number of wives. Okay. I didn't specifically know...
what did you think?
When I read Helen Mar Kimball's story, it so disturbed me that I had to put it away. Like I had to say, I'm not going to get that book. And then again, I put it on me.
Okay, wait. What did you think about Joseph's polygamy before you started investigating?
God asked him to do it.
Okay.
It was acceptable in the eyes of the Lord, as it is in the Old Testament. Righteous men have done this. And I can't fully understand it because the keys to practice this thing are not on the earth, and I wasn't there. And so...
And how many wives did you think he had?
Emma.
You didn't know that he was a polygamist?
You knew he had...
Well, I knew that he was a polygamist, but what I'm saying is the reflection of my growing up. Now, when I was a missionary and I started learning these things, I knew that Joseph was a polygamist, but I had to come to the realization that I never really allowed that thought to sink in.
Right. You know it kind of somewhere in here, but it's not here, right?
I suddenly realized
weren't you taught as well that polygamy was what he did to take care of the widows, and
I think I had put maybe a mental block or some psychological working in my own head that allowed me to say, this is not a man who is married to another woman who's having intercourse with dozens of other women. This is just a faith test. This is a structural thing. This is a providing thing. This is a godly thing. And then when I would get distraught, even in the least bit, it was easy for me to say, you just don't get it. You're not spiritual enough. You don't have enough faith. If you had enough faith, you would understand. But the polyandry, I didn't get into it a whole lot then, because this is the way I would describe it. It was imperative for me to put that on a shelf because it was disturbing enough that I wouldn't have been able to do what I've been asked to do as a teacher in CES. So I didn't buy Todd's book. I did not at that time look into it much further, and I kind of put it out. And what happens for me is I'm so in the church and in the thrust of it. I mean, I'm serving on the High Council. I'm in CES. I'm all of these things, that it's not very hard, at least for me at this time, to just say, I'll ask that question during the millennium. Right. When I talk to Brother Joseph, I'll ask him.
That's got to be what the general authorities do, right? They're so busy.
Right.
It's gotta be.
I was very busy in the church, and I think most people are, but this was an extraordinarily busy time in my life. The Adam God theory.
Okay, wait, no, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, please ask anything you want.
So polygamy.
Yeah.
Tell me the disturbing things.
The age of some of the wives.
Okay.
But
what ages?
Helen Mar Kimball was 14, and again, I know that because I've read a lot, and most people who listening to this podcast have, and there are some discrepancies about who said what and who can we trust, and that was one of the things I went back on over and over, saying, look, history it's not a science.
Right.
And so anyway.
How many teenagers? Approximately.
I couldn't say. I think that there were maybe 4 or 5 that I could think of, but I don't have the list memorized.
Yeah. So lots of teenagers, lots of girls 14, 15, 16 years old.
But those, the age, believe it or not, I can't believe I'm saying this, but at the time, that wasn't as disturbing to me as the polyandry was.
What is that?
The idea that a woman who is already married to a man, and in some instances, happily married to active members of the church, for any reason whatsoever why Joseph would have to have between 8 and 11, those are the numbers that come to mind, wives, women that were already married to other men. And in some instances, call people or send them on missions and then make the approach to marry this woman while her husband was gone. That was extremely disturbing to me. And when I started reading Rough Stone Rolling, it rattled me. And when I shared this with my father, he said, that book strengthened my testimony. So I'm open to that. Some people will read that and say it's a strengthening thing. But let me tell you, because I think this is important, I was at the last EFY session director training. This was in April because I thought that I would be presenting and teaching this summer, because I really did believe I was going to sort through all of my concerns and that the church would remain true and that we would just press forward and be the stronger for having gone through this experience. Anyway, I overheard, again, people, actually I was in this conversation, and they said, one of the men said that their area director in CES asked, and I can't remember if he said gave a copy, but they wanted them to read Rough Stone Rolling. And another brother in the same conversation, in the same group of people, said that his area director specifically asked them not to read it. So this book is being received differently by different people, but for me, it led me to have feelings again of this is disturbing because the history that I've been taught and that I am teaching does not coincide with what really happened. So when Joseph, in the most recent video about Joseph Smith and the restoration that the church has in visitor centers and is now available to the general body of the church, there's the scene where it shows Joseph putting a necklace around Emma's neck. And you see the angst in Emma's eyes, and you feel their pain because they went through a lot as a couple. But nowhere in there, and this is where I find it dishonest, is there the explanation or the inclination or the clear picture that some of that woman's angst was due to what her husband, the marriages and the polygamy and the polyandry that was taking place. And sometimes in their own home.
How candid was Joseph with Emma about the polygamy?
He wasn't. He was dishonest. these are my words. And of course, everything I'm saying is my opinion. In other words, he hid it from her. And I can't imagine her pain and her anguish. And I guess I began to be, as I discovered and as I pondered, and I don't want to digress too much. One of the questions I most commonly asked is, what was it that you're asking it now? What was it the reasons you left the church? But I feel like it's imperative for me to say that you could bullet list doctrine after historical fact and all these different things, and that wouldn't directly answer your question. Because people want to know, like one member of my former ward said, what was the silver bullet, What was it that did it for you? I don't look at it that way. To me, it is how the information is processed. I mean, if I'm going to bullet list the Kinderhook plates, Zelf, the countless, the Mountain Meadow Massacre, various prophecies, regarding the second coming and then not being fulfilled, and I guess, I got to this point where I realized that I was becoming really good at doing what I would call mental gymnastics around some very serious issues in relation to the veracity of the claims of the church.
What about Book of Mormon?
It began to obviously be a concern. And
were there issues in the Book of Mormon that you studied and struggled with? Which ones?
I struggled with what I would classify as racism. And I'm aware that there is a line of thought that looks at the curse and the dark skin in a different way. And I don't know if you've read or seen any of Marvin Perkins and what he's doing. And there are different ways to say that that's not so much skin color, but I was disturbed by that.
The fact that God would be cursing people with dark skin because of wickedness. Yeah,
for generations. Yeah. And so, if I'm as a sociologist and I started studying sociology in 2000, and then I got my master's in 2003, and then I started teaching in 2007, that's very much a part of this journey for me, because I had an aversion to homophobia and racism and sexism. And I felt like there were these things in the church. And so it was in 2007 or 2008, I was teaching a sociology class, and we were talking about same-gender attraction and gays and lesbians. And I hadn't mentioned that my full-time job was teaching for the church, that this was just my part-time job. It came out that that's what I did. Somebody asked me, and one of my students said, "Wait a minute, you're Mormon?" I said, "Yeah, I'm very Mormon. I'm actually incredibly LDS." And it's not that my teaching was going against the church, but I just left it out of the classroom. And I taught what was in the text, and we had discussions. And he said, "I can't believe that you're saying some of the things that you're saying that seem to be in favor of homosexuality or in favor of same-gender attraction and relationships and rights and all the things we were discussing, and that you're a Mormon." And I remember we talked it through, and I can't remember how it ended, but something kind of clicked in me that said, deep down, I have issues with some of the things that I think are part of the doctrinal foundation of the church. It's certainly part of our history.
Can I add to your list, too, that evolution was a huge one for you?
Yeah.
How?
Because I believe in it. I believe in the evolution of man.
And because you have that very specific quote as a seminary teacher that says...
Well, they said that there was no death before the fall. And so, yeah, I was reading recently as I was going through my notes, in fact, I didn't print it, but to Honest Truth Seekers, a letter that Elder McConkie wrote that just addressed 10 points of how you can keep your faith. And one of the things in there was, he specifically mentions that evolution can't be possible. And and these are my words, not his, but if you're one of those people on the fringes who believe that it is, bring yourself back to what the church and the brethren have said. But I started about 3 years ago just having doubts about the existence of God. It was so disturbing to me that I, as a seminary teacher, could have these, and you might say, well, what led to that? educating myself. I started listening to This American Life and Radiolab, and I'm not, by the way, saying that these are evil programs. I know that maybe some people are now going to be like, keep your children from, I think they're fantastic. I think that, and TED, watching talks on TED, and opening my mind and my heart to other people and other ideas, I think was what helped kind of cause me to get to that place. And it was so disturbing, though, that after a couple weeks, Brooke could tell something was wrong. And I remember she asked, what is going on? Almost like something terrible has happened. And I couldn't even say the words. I was so choked up and it was so difficult. But then I said, I'm having doubts about the existence of God. And Brooke was wonderful. She said, it's okay. You know, people have faith crisis and it's all right. And my last year of teaching at BYU Education Week, which was 2010, I gave 2 talks. One of them was called Dissolving Doubt, and it focused on how the words of the prophets can help us dissolve our doubts. Well, that was a reflection of where I was. That was me preparing a talk that I needed as much as I felt anybody else needed, because I was having doubts about the existence of God. And naturally, that pushes me to have doubts about the church, because the church is all about God. It's all about, and then to go back to my list, the one true church doctrine and the elitism, that's the word that I would use, began to be very difficult for me, because I couldn't reconcile what I was discovering historically and doctrinally about the church with this claim that we are the one true church, the true and living church. And more than that, I felt like I felt betrayed by the very people that I had trusted the most. I felt like, just tell me the truth. And then tell me what really happened at Carthage. And then I'll decide for myself. Because I'm okay that really, if Joseph had a glass of wine, which he did, and the others there, and somebody smuggled him a revolver, which he fired at the crowd coming up the stairs and killed 2 people and wounded another. And if he made Masonic signs at the window when his life was threatened, I mean, he's about to die. He's scared. I actually really think that I could have been okay with that. But don't present it to me as it happened this way. And make me not just present it to me, but literally implant it so deep within me that it's hard for me to differentiate between, I mean, it really was what we were taught. This is the true church. That I grew up, John, thinking that the worst things that Joseph Smith ever did were, 1, he lost the ability to translate because he got an argument with Emma, and that was taken care of by going out and praying by a tree, if I remember, and then the ability to translate came back. And 2, he lost the 116 pages of manuscript. But even that was presented to me and taught to me, and I taught it as Joseph was trying so hard to be good and trying so hard to be kind and trying so hard to be inclusive, that even though that was a bad thing and that was sad that we lost those, he's still a rock star. You know, here's this guy that I looked up to so very much. And so I don't know that I finished that point. What the church is and what I taught as a CES man and what was in the curriculum, and that video that shows the angst of Emma and Joseph's tenderness and love, I believe that was there. But they are, in my estimation, the church was being deceitful by leaving out what they left out, by not being completely open. And that's where I think Bushman's book started causing some of us, me, to think and to say, no, wait a minute, this is not what I was told in primary when I was singing songs like Genealogy, I am doing it, my genealogy, and the reason why I am doing it is very clear to me. And yet as a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, I remember thinking, I can't even spell it. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's very clear to me why I'm doing it. And anyway, I started to feel the shelf broke. There was one thing after another when I really opened to the possibility that people are human and that human beings that get power. And that was another thing. Things like Joseph Smith making hhimself a general in Nauvoo with no prior military experience. that was troubling to me, because I always thought that didn't show a measure of humility that I thought that I attributed to him, but instead somebody who really liked power. And maybe I started to think, could it be, this was the big one for me, could it be that he, like so many others who have led organizations and group, perhaps became corrupted by the position that he held, and that this is just another example of an organization that is created by man. And it blew me away when I started thinking, not on a micro level, but a macro level. And I considered the possibility that it is not what it purports to be. And it was, and I don't know if maybe this is not the time to get into this, but it was absolutely devastating. Mm-hmm. I was physically ill. I don't know that I've slept well for months, mm-hmm. Because of the ramifications of what has happened and what I've discovered, and because of how wrapped around that axle I was, because it wasn't just the emotional and spiritual, the psychological, it was the financial, and it was very much part of our lives. So I'm trying to see if I've left anything else out. I maybe if Brooke wants to share her story, then I can supplement it if there are other specifics. But did you have any questions for me?
No, so,
okay.
So, yeah, polygamy, polyandry, Book of Abraham, Book of Mormon, race issues, women's issues, same-sex attraction related issues.
Yeah.
Did I already say Mountain Meadows Massacre?
Yeah, the elitism, the
One True Church, exclusive authority.
Inconsistencies in the doctrinal presentation, the changing in the temple ordinances, the very fact that I think the temple ordinances were created as kind of like an all-boys club for polygamy initially, and that I know that is harsh, and I want to be respectful to my family and my LDS true believing Mormon friends. The temple is a sacred area, and I haven't had a lot of conversations because most people won't even ask me what I think and how I feel now. They just kind of avoid it. But when I do bring up the temple, I'm usually, shushed or cautioned. Mm-hmm. But you ask me an honest question, I'm going to give you an honest answer. I take issue with the changes that have occurred over time in the temple. And
because why? You don't like the changes, or it shouldn't have been changed in the first place?
Joseph Smith says in the teachings of him, the prophet Joseph Smith, that it wouldn't change and that it would stand through the millennium. And I know people can mince words and say, yes, but the heart of it and the ordinances and however you want to wrap your mind around it, I couldn't, because to me it was like with blacks in the priesthood and with polygamy, that it seemed more expedient politically and economically and otherwise to make necessary changes. And that's how I now perceive the changes that occurred in the temple. People were turned off by some of the things that were happening in the temple ceremony in the late 80s, and so was it 1990 or around that time, they made some pretty significant changes into what was done. Those things were still there, John. They were still part of it. And the fact that women were initially excluded, and those are the things that I took issue with, and
it seems like the place where you felt most deeply was in feeling betrayed, deceived, and lied to. Is that right?
Yeah, because honesty is important to me, and I kind of felt duped. I guess I kind of felt like, dang it, I've been presenting this as truth. I've been presenting this matter of factly as the way things happened. And going back to what my father said, which is a good point, why would you not expect the church to put its best foot forward, right? Well, there's a difference between a couple who stands up at EFY and tries to put our best foot forward, although we were very honest about saying, look, we don't have a perfect relationship. There's a difference between that and a church that says, and a book that says, the most correct book of any on earth, the only true and living church. So this absolute claim, and I was looking at that quote from President Hinckley in 2003, where he and there are multiple quotes like this, but he says that either Joseph told the truth and the church is true, or it's a fraud. And you have to decide, and I quote now, that part I was paraphrasing, but now I quote, there is no middle ground. Joseph Fielding Smith in Doctrines of Salvation said the same thing. Well, where does that leave somebody who discovers these things, sees the discrepancy between what I've been told, what I've been taught, what I've been teaching, and what really happened? I couldn't, and part of this was being in CES, but there was no easing off. for me, I didn't feel like I could just go, well, let me just kind of take this slow and see what's going to, there is no middle ground. I haven't been told the truth. And let me use another analogy. I thought when I went through all these layers that I would find a diamond. That all this history and all these doctrines and all these things, at the heart of this, I thought that I would discover a diamond and pure goodness that had led to what I now see as the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And this is going to maybe sound a little bit harsh, but instead, my analogy is that it was dung. In that, is the church beautiful today? In many ways. Has it sprouted and blossomed and become something that benefits people? Absolutely. Are the truth claims that the church made and the historical way that we've presented ourselves, and as a missionary that I would go out and tell people about, and then as I would train missionaries, is that accurate? I do not believe that it is. And so good things can come out of a lot of different things in life. And the reason I bring that up is we met with the stake president in September when we were considering coming back to the church very recently. And he said that Jesus said, by their fruits ye shall know them, not their roots. And I thought that's a clever way, actually a really good thought. I remember thinking, almost like, don't worry about the history, don't worry about the mess and the things that we don't know about and that we can't explain. Look at what it is now. The problem with that, though, is that if the doctrinal, and this journey for me was about doctrine and accuracy, and that is, and Brooke, and I'm going to be quiet so she can talk here because I think I'm talking too much.
No, it's good.
Brooke was a little bit different, I think, in the way that she cared about those things as well. But as a teacher, as a CES man, I felt like it was my duty to be doctrinally clear and pure. And I am not professing to be an expert on the things that I've studied. And I've never made the claim that I am like a great historian. Many people know more than I do. My colleagues are much more well-versed. But I am saying this. The things that I encountered, the evidence that I read and weighed, that, to paraphrase, what's the name of that beautiful woman that on that video that we watched? Michelle. On one of those I Am an Ex-Mormon videos. Like a judge that makes a ruling and then new evidence is presented. I've weighed that, I've considered it, and I'm overturning my ruling. And so some people have said, how can you deny your past experiences? How can you deny the testimony you had of the Book of Mormon and the things that you've said? I don't. Meaning, in that moment, when I said those things, I fully believed them. It was special to me. I had spiritual experiences. But now new evidence has come in, and I can't, in good conscience, give my life personally or professionally to something that I think is not being truthful about what it is and where it came from. And so there are many good people and much good in the church. But if the doctrinal claims about salvation, about priesthood, and about ordinances are not what I've always been told that they are, then I don't see really how I can stay. That's me. I don't know if, I'll let you talk now.
Beautiful, okay. So Brooke, parallel to this, I'm assuming you were having your own process.
Yeah, so
Talk about
let's see. Well, if we go back to I think BYU was the first time when I was in institute classes. I was always in church on Sundays, but BYU was, I remember a couple of times in institute classes where a little negative history would be dropped. And I remember a quote being mentioned where the professor, institute teacher said, he offered a quote that essentially indicated that the millennium or the second coming was within a matter of years for the saints. And he said, don't you think that saints have always believed this? And I remember having this dropping feeling, like the whole world was coming out from under me. But of course I'm sitting at BYU, I'm about to be married. So I'm waiting for him to fix everything, put it back together so I can keep going. And so that happened several times with, just little nuggets of history or whatever, where I would have that feeling. And then I'd be like, okay, what do we need to do? So I would fix, each issue one at a time. And that was that. And of course, I knew the church to be good and wonderful, and so that wasn't a problem. And then throughout our marriage, there have been a couple of times, like I remember once a lady was brought by the missionaries to church, and I liked her right away. There was something very real about her. And I went home, and that night John came home and said she's going to get baptized. And it was the first time she'd ever been to church. And I felt really concerned about that because I didn't feel like she had had enough time to fully understand what being a member of the church was and to understand if that was good for her. And, John was like, well, the missionaries know what they're doing. And so she got baptized and, so little things like that. I didn't like the feeling of someone being coerced. Then again, and I never liked this demand that I needed to always be a missionary, but I was always aware of it. Once John gave me a pass-along card when I was going into the dollar store and told me to pass it along to someone. And so
right before she went in, I just dropped it on her. I'm like,
yeah, I always struggled with that aspect in the back of my head because I always felt like it should be a choice for people. And so maybe in that way, the One True Church was true for me, but I was keenly aware of the demands it would place on other people's time, and that always kind of sat wrong with me. Then, so all of this is just kind of sitting there and here and everywhere. And then last year, I have a website and had several companies call me to go on trips with this blog. And so I would get together with other bloggers, and a few of them were LDS because, there's Mormons all over the blogosphere, but quite a few of them were not. And so there was, for me, what was probably really the moment where a little crack happened was we had gone at the end of the day to a wine bar, and one of the bloggers, there was only one male blogger, and he had sat next to me, and we were talking, and so everybody is progressively getting more, just settling into the night, and the wine is flowing, and we're approaching midnight, so it's dark outside, and I'm not with my family. And then this guy sitting next to me drops that he's gay. And we had really kind of connected. And so, immediately I thought, oh, wait, I have to think about this, because all of a sudden something happened, and I now understand it to be the Danish word hygge, which is there was this human connection that in 35 years of my life, I had never felt. It was like for those hours, we were just living for each other. And no one was in a hurry to get to a meeting. No, there was something very real about sitting at that table, and it was midnight, and that feeling was what I would consider a deeper feeling of the Spirit than I had ever felt before. And so it really kind of set me back a little bit, and I thought, I have to make sense of this. We're approaching midnight. I'm sitting next to a gay guy. Like, by all means, this is not making sense in my Mormon world. And I wanted that feeling again. I wanted to feel connected to people again in that really honest way, because that was a very new sensation, and it was beautiful. And so, I went home and sat it there and got back into everything. But for a period of time, even before this, I had been craving what I would call true worship. For whatever reason, I remember saying once to John, shortly after our kids were born, I want to light a candle and kneel in a dark church. And I don't know, was I Catholic in another life? I have no idea where that came from, but I felt a very deep longing for a level of worship that I was not getting in church meetings. And I felt like church meetings were nice and they were familiar and we were busy and we were going from here to here and da-da-da. So that kind of started to build even more so now that I had started to have these connections. And then I started to look at other people and their lives became very valid to me. I could see that they weren't just 60% wattage happy. They were really happy people. And they were really making choices for their lives based on logic and information, not just coercion. And so all of these things started to really weigh heavily on my mind. And then the gay guy and I became good friends, and we started to connect with him. Well, first of all, he and I have a lot of a similar background. He was very involved in a church. And so I came to know him as a very moral, kind person. And then we got to know him and his partner. And I was really holding on to that relationship because I was afraid that he would find that I was maybe not Christian. And so I think I started to overcompensate. I really wanted him and this friend Dave to feel loved and to know that, we welcomed them into our lives. And at the same time, I started to really ask the question to myself, how is it that God will let some of these people in my life that are members of the church who are miserable, sitting at the dinner table together for 20 or 30 years, who don't even talk to each other, be together for eternity, and yet these two men who genuinely love each other, who have genuinely chosen to be together, they have to be separated for all of eternity. And so that question didn't make sense to me, because I think if we can find a way to make that work in our very mortal world, why can God not find a way to make that work in an immortal world? So all of these things are about, and in March, that was kind of the point where church started feeling very rote to me, and sitting through classes, I didn't agree with a lot of what was going on. And so I felt very clearly that I was no longer capable of being this person that I knew that he had married. I wanted my life to be bigger than this constant cycle of church and meetings and church and meetings. And I wanted to travel. I wanted to invite people into our lives on this new level that I had discovered. I wanted to go out with gay friends. I wanted our life to be so much bigger than this very tiny cycle that we had created. And so I said that as much to John, and I wanted to relieve him of the duty of being married to someone so big as me. I felt like maybe I was being too romantic, and that made sense for me, but it wouldn't be fair to bring him along on that journey because I understood the guidelines. And so I said as much to him on a Sunday night in March. I said, I am not good for you. I know that for you to be the kind of priest and leader that you need to be within the bounds that we have agreed on, you can't be married to me anymore. And so...
Well, and there may have been some guilt because there's an undercurrent and sometimes very clear statements from the brethren about women working. And so here was Brooke working, and there's some irony there, I think.
And loving it.
Because why is she working? Because we're trying to make ends meet, even though we're CES, and so we're frowned upon to have your wife working. But many of the CES couples I know, they have to be creative, and the women do work outside the home. But not only, she wasn't just working, she was thoroughly enjoying it. And
I was good at it.
And
it made me a better mom, too. And so that was not making any sense either, because that was supposed to make me a worse mom, right?
I think people watching might say, wait a minute, there's a disconnect. How did it get to suddenly your marriage is falling apart? I had some challenges with the relationship she had with Russell, and it wasn't that he was gay, because I was very content and accepting of because I've long believed that people that are gay don't choose to be gay. They are. And so, that's been a struggle. And so, but she was emailing and texting and stuff, and so I felt like there was definitely not going to be an affair. But here I was trying to weigh what the church had taught me about being the patriarch and committed relationships and wife. I'm trying to articulate this, and it's not coming out very well.
Well, it's the stereotypical roles.
But
right?
I want to
You're breaking the mold.
Exactly.
Yeah, and exactly.
Well, and that's the thing. Like when I started to find out that my friends actually had not just other girlfriends, but like guys that they'd go hang out with. Yeah. It wasn't that I wanted to go hang out with guys, but it was kind of like, I sensed that John was very uncomfortable with this because, I
felt some jealousy.
I can pinpoint
I really
it.
Did.
And it's because we had been raised within the CES culture saying John never should drive, even if his secretary, who is significantly older than him, her car breaks down.
Could never be alone with a female.
He should never be. And so I think that we started to build these very clear walls between us and other human beings, and this was what mattered, and everybody else could come for dinner, but that was it. And
what about Cliff? I mean, just a contrast.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting one. So we had some friends years before that were our good friends. They had moved out of town and then moved back into town, and he was a stay-at-home dad, and she was working. And so when they moved back into town, they really had moved in to be close to us because we've always been like family to them. And so he said, when does John go to work? Because I'm going to come by with the boys. And I was like, no, you can't come over. And I was so uncomfortable that anyone would think that in any way, and he was so devastated. He was so devastated because he said
that was
not LDS?
No, not LDS.
And that was very hard for him to wrap his mind around why he couldn't come with his son and hang out with my wife, who also had a young baby.
I see you as people that are our friends. I have no desire to make a move. It's just convenience-wise, we're both home. Why don't we let the kids get together and socialize? And there was no room in our relationship for that.
The reason I brought that up is unitedly at that time we agreed inappropriate. That would never happen because that's not what we would do. So fast forward, and now there's this relationship, and I'm having all these feelings of, even though, and I'm kind of hesitant because I wonder if this is going to be watched by these dear friends of ours, and I don't want to make them in any way feel bad, but I need to be honest about the kind of the difficulty I had with that. This was brand new. We're having new thoughts and new experiences, and I feel like my wife is drifting from me, and she was. I mean, by her own admission, she's feeling like this life that we have is not working, and I need wings to fly. And I don't need you looking over my shoulder to see if I'm texting Russell or being concerned about this, that, or the other thing.
Well, and I think that you felt like you had all the right, like, I feel like in our relationship, John has always felt like he has the right to manage and control all the little things. So if he doesn't, and
I've tried to be nice.
I know, and I'm not trying to be hard on you, but I want to be honest.
Right. No, that's okay.
And this is why it came to a head. Because I suddenly realized not only did I have a voice, but I had equal capability, and I had equal ability to touch other people's life, and reach out. And I felt John pulling the priesthood on me. I'm not comfortable with that. But boom, end of the conversation. And that is always how it's been.
I didn't try to do it.
Not
like
that you were trying. I know you had complete.
No. You don't have to defend yourself.
Right.
Because we know whatever you would have done would have been nice. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, it was. And of course, I bought into that because that was what I was supposed to allow him to make the final decision, right? We're equal partners, but if there's ever a question, he gets the final decision.
He's presiding in a relationship.
Right. And so I think that for me, it wasn't that I didn't even have guys I wanted to go hang out with, but I just suddenly realized that there was like a more open way for me to conduct my life, that friends could actually feel like family.
So there was no affair.
And I wanted that, but I felt like John was not comfortable with that, and I didn't want to ask him to push beyond where he was comfortable.
I sensed a drifting emotionally in a certain direction that felt away from me.
And I wouldn't say it was a drifting. I would say it was a full-blown run.
Wow.
I was like,
in retrospect,
I see this awesome life.
Okay, so if I could just summarize, there's this box that, you're supposed to be supporting him. He's the one that does the speaking, but you can accompany him, but all in the context of what he has. Your job is to be a mommy and to be the best mommy that you can and to support. His job. Yeah. If you have to work, which the church kind of puts you in a position where you have to, at best you should feel guilty about it. Right?
Yes.
Right?
Right.
Yeah. And then this whole idea of being around non-member, you're supposed to socialize mostly with members because that's what we do. The ward and member responsibilities are going to keep you busy.
They all have the 100 wattage anyway, so it's more worth my time.
Right, because these are the light. These are the chosen people.
Are not
Can you hang around the chosen?
They don't know.
Everybody else, Satan might get into the conversation and confuse things.
Right.
Plus, they might even be drinking alcohol. Can you imagine?
Right. So
heaven forbid. There's all these.
So no
things.
alcohol, no late nights, and of course, no working in a way to where you're the voice, where you have something to share, where your light on its own, independently, could influence and inspire people.
Right.
And then and then this whole idea of being around people till midnight and gay people, and it's just these boxes. You're in these boxes.
Yes, and we absolutely abided the walls of the box until I found out that outside the wall of the box was Technicolor, and all of a sudden I was like, I can no longer be happy being the voiceless, quiet, submissive. Although I think there's space for humility and submission, absolutely. And in a marriage, there has to be this give or take. But I think that I realized what my true potential was. And I feel like if God is who I believe he is, he wants me to see my true potential. And while part of that potential for me is fulfilling the role of mother, because it's absolutely, I love being a mother. I want to eat my children. I love my children. I love that part. But to also realize that there is so much capability beyond this very tiny border of a country that I had been living in.
One of the things that's been said to me, and I don't think anybody's really confronted Brooke directly about this, but I know that my family has felt that she's the reason that maybe I've left. In other words, that there has been some blaming, whether backhanded or directly, of saying that because Brooke was going through this and finding herself, which, by the way, while it may have been difficult at the time, and having an argument with your spouse is never fun, especially if it leads you to the point where you're like, maybe this isn't going to work out. In retrospect, when I look back on what she's been through and how she's grown, it's beautiful. It's magnificent. And I want to acknowledge that, and I also want to say that my decision to leave the church was mine. And I own that. And I don't, this psychological break, or this thing that happened in March that caused me perhaps to dive into things in a deeper level like never before, that was real, that happened. But we didn't make this, I made this decision on my own. What Brooke is saying about the myopic view that we had of the world and the people in it and their happiness and what makes people happy and all these different notions, it just got blown up. And people have been so sorry for us. Like, there have been so many people that have talked about how sad it must be and how tragic and how awful, and it's like a death in the family. And there has been sorrow, and maybe we'll talk about that because it's been very real and it's been very painful and difficult. But what Brooke is saying here now, I think, is very important, and it's beautiful. It's amazing to get to a place, and I think we're still on this journey, but these same two people that Brooke's mentioning, her gay friend and her partner, they're now good friends of ours that we have a good relationship with. And this went from me being, I'm concerned about this relationship and feeling jealousy, to a couple months ago buying a ticket for Brooke so she could go out and be with him. Now that didn't work out, but it'll happen in the future. But what I'm saying is, and I hope this doesn't sound arrogant or boastful, but there's a kind of growth that can come outside of the church that couldn't have come for us within. I think that's what I'm trying to say. So I'm sorry to cut you off.
That's awesome. Thank you.
No, yeah, I like how you said that. And, and I also have to say that experience in March, part of my frustration with John was not just this behind the scenes feeling of this priesthood authority and being pinned down, which I know didn't just come from you, so I don't want to just pretend like it is. But because I had suddenly felt fulfilled, like this fulfillment and growth come from my own career, I desired it so much for John.
She did.
I sound like Eve. I desire for you to partake.
She began to not love CES as much. Is that fair to say?
I felt like John had hit a point for several years in CES where he was showing up to work and he was doing it and he loved it because he was supposed to love it and it was familiar and it was nice. But I didn't see him actually utilizing talents or like waking up every morning. I think it's how you feel about Mormon Stories. You love it. And I wanted him to do something that was making him better every day. And I felt like because he was stuck in this curriculum that was the same every 4 years, and maybe every now and then you would see the added addition of you get to teach the kids that Joseph translated with a peepstone. It was the same.
It's actually not in the seminary curriculum.
Yes.
We could talk about that maybe later.
So like I just felt like he was caught in the cycle of same. And I totally understand that for some people, same is wonderful. It is familiar, it is comfortable, that is what we aspire to. But I wanted him to feel lit up with endless potential. I will say that part of that in March also was me feeling frustrated with John kind of standing still and beating that same drum. Like we'd already arrived. And I had felt that in this longing for a truly worshipful experience that I didn't feel like I was getting. I started for years. I had been waking up in the morning feeling like I was suffocated. I felt like, oh my gosh, here we go again. And if this is what life is just the same. This is it. We've arrived, and we're 35, and it's going to be the same. There was no change in sight. And that was terrifying for me.
So it sounds a lot like the movie Pleasantville. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yes, it was very.
Oh my
Where
goodness.
all of a sudden it's black and white,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden
There's
it's
a little
Technicolor.
color.
That's
Yeah.
right. I
It's
remember
almost like
watching
Lehi's dream, but you get this joy
Yeah.
of being outside the box.
Yes.
That you want to pursue, but you feel guilty for pursuing it.
Right.
And then you want to share it with him.
Yeah.
Not only
Well,
guilty,
and
but
not just joy, but
fear, I
like
think.
love. Like all of a sudden, God could be everywhere, and I didn't have to limit the love that I felt for people based on their labels or who they were or what religion. All of a sudden, I could like be open,
Even with your
like
own mother, I
wide
remember-
open to this whole world,
with that conversation that you had with your mom
even to my own mother.
about how it changed the view of the day that we were married in the temple, and going from, that was pretty tender.
I think
you know,
for the
that-
first time in my whole life, I finally asked my mom so that I could understand her rather than to
help her.
And that was a, and so again, when I get to this place where I suddenly feel more Christ-like than I've ever been, I don't understand how I can go back. And I wouldn't have gotten here if I hadn't blown my initial paradigm wide open. And so for me, that's where it started. I started saying that paradigm worked beautifully for a while, but it started to limit me. And so, and that was when,
I just want to just add one thing.
yeah,
The stereotypes are that people who leave the church, they're weak,
yes.
Right.
they're lacking faith,
Right.
they're not doing the basics, they're not doing
Sinful.
the fundamentals, they're doing pornography,
Right.
they're dishonest in some way, they're probably even adulterers.
Yeah.
And what I'm hearing you saying is this came from a place of integrity,
Yeah.
this came from a place of love and a place of joy.
And it came from a belief that God was bigger. You know,
Right.
like I remember saying, I think God is bigger than I've been giving him credit for. So to suddenly realize that the 13th article of faith, I really could believe in all things. You know, before that had been very limited because I believed I was part of the one true church. And I think it was Bob McHugh who said, when I am taught that all things Mormon are better than not Mormon, how can it be any other way but that I would seek to fill my time and my space with all of these safe things, because Satan could be anywhere else. And so, yes, for us, and you know, for me, that is the greatest sadness, is that so many people who have responded and continue to respond in pushing us out of their lives don't understand that this was a choice about love. You know, it wasn't that we wanted to push them away, it was that we wanted to open up wide enough to allow more people in. And so to me, it's sad that it has to be that we would lose other people by wanting to love more fully. But, you know, the system of the church is the way it is right now. And to me, that's devastating that we have people, you know, like, I don't think that a single one of our really close friends has ever asked what I believe in about God or heaven, you know. And I remember saying to John's sister, I still believe in God. I just believe that there's going to be a lot more people in heaven with us. And it was just like, write it off, you know. And so for me, there's great sorrow in that, because you're exactly right. And we know, we've had several people telling us there's all sorts of great rumors going around.
Oh yeah,
but not,
all of the things you listed.
not one of those
have
things.
in one way or another been attributed to us.
Yeah, but not
Backhanded
one of
rumors you
those
hear
things.
that I had an affair, that Brooke had an affair. I mean, one of my own family members, after the news came out, just point blank was texting me and just said, "What is it? Illicit drugs? Are you stepping out on Brooke? What is it?" And you know, we can
Yeah.
honestly say none of the above.
No, yeah, it was from
in
integrity.
fact, and I think this is apparent to anybody who wants to try to put themselves in our shoes and think this through. It was easier for the McLays to stay.
Right.
Our lives would have been, in many ways, significantly easier had we continued to believe what I would now call the myth, if we had just bought back into it. So, and I don't want to, again, put myself on a pedestal, but
or found a way to change it so that
Right.
we made it fit.
Although I couldn't because of my job and who I was, there really was
Right.
no middle ground.
Right. We wanted to be we've always lived our faith so openly, and we
Right.
wanted that to continue. I didn't, and that was again for me. I thought, well, the church teaches X, Y, and Z, and my beliefs don't align with X, Y, and Z anymore. So it's not fair for me to keep showing up and letting other people think that I believe those things when I don't. I believe that gay people are fantastic and should have a right to deep, meaningful relationships in this life.
Yeah.
I believe in a heaven that is not so limited by what you drink. And so for me, I certainly could have stayed in nuanced things, but it started to become a question of, was it worth my time to keep going back into the box when there were so many other things to supplement my life with? So I also have to say, throughout the process, of course, then obviously doctrinal issues had very little to do with my initial issues. But when I made the connection that we had to pay money to receive a temple recommend, that really did not sit well with me. When, in fact, I had a friend who's an Episcopalian who said, "And that never bothered you?" And I was like, no, I never even thought twice.
You frame it as it has nothing to do with money, it's about faith.
Yeah,
right.
I just wanted to be the best that I could with the paradigm that I was given, and I didn't ask questions. For me, I think that learning that there was more than one version of the first vision was extremely difficult doctrinally. I once read the story of Wikipedia, or on Wikipedia, just the broad history of the early Mormon movement. And I think that was the first time that I actually laughed out loud and said, I can't believe what I believed, because it was very obvious to me that there were people within that community who also struggled. So just starting to kind of connect the dots and look at my belief in the church on a very macro level instead of a very micro level helped me realize that there were some things that I could certainly make them fit when I looked at them one by one. But when I wanted to look at it on this worldview and understand a God who has a worldview, it was going to change things. So
each of you sort of in parallel got to the place where you said the church isn't what it claims to be, and I can no longer believe in it the same way that I did. What I'd like to explore now is the journey from that point to resigning your membership.
Yeah.
Tell me what's you're sitting there, you're in CES, you're an institute teacher, you're high profile, you're
right.
the spouse of someone who is all those things. You're loving your experience, you love the church, and all of a sudden for you it's not true anymore.
Yeah.
What's that like?
Yeah, good question.
That's a very good question. Well, it wasn't all of a sudden, it didn't happen overnight, and I think I've mentioned that I was kind of reserving the right to, and even had the expectation that I would sift through this, as I had in the past when doubts had come, and that I would be able to work it through. And so, for example, in April of this year, Mark McConkey, who's a stake president in Colorado Springs, approached me and said he'd like to have me join him on a tour in the Holy Land, and that I needed to, contact somebody, but I would be kind of a co-director. And I've done that before. Been to the Holy Land twice with a good friend of mine, and he has a company. And I went in 2005 to kind of learn and experience it. And then in 2007, I helped direct tours there. So in direct answer to your question, I remember when he asked me, these doubts were already brewing, and they were very strong, and the feelings and the conversations that we'd been having were very real, and I needed to deal with them. But I wasn't ready to abandon ship. I was, even though I remember walking away from the stake center after he invited me to do that, and going to my car and thinking, if he knew the thoughts in my mind, he probably wouldn't invite me to do that. Not that I wasn't living the gospel, I was, but I was having all these doubts and these apostate ways of thinking. It wasn't long after that I was in EFY session director training, and really torn, because I believe in being honest, and I believe in having integrity. And so there was a part of me that I said to Brooke, should we take this trip? Or is the writing on the wall and we are going to be leaving, and so why have them use funds to fly us out? But I really sincerely believe that I would be teaching EFY, that I would be doing BYU Education Week, that I'd probably be making a trip in 2012 to the Holy Land with Mark McConkie. These things were going to come. So I was in this kind of place of back and forth, and we sat in that training, and one of the speakers, I won't use a name because people would probably know it, but I was sitting next to Brooke and feeling that it was one of those talks where it was like, this is how I would describe it: a lot of name dropping, a lot of, ooh, guess who I saw, and my children have met these brethren, and I kind of turned to Brooke after and said that is one of that talk doesn't help me want to stay. It was like I'm working through this. It was kind of like, I can't keep doing this. It was just reminding me of all of my concerns and this elitism and this one true church mentality. But the very next talk was given by a friend of mine who's another administrator at EFY, and it was so good. It made me feel like, I love this. I want to be a part of this. In fact, at the end of his talk, he said, I'd like to conclude by sharing a letter that we got a couple of years ago that was forwarded to us by one of our session directors. And he said, of course, I've removed the names, but the name of the young man was Josh. And I leaned over to Brooke and said, it's Josh. I said, that's one of the boys from my session. He didn't even have to read the letter, and I just knew. And sure enough, it was one of the many letters I've received that said, my experience at EFY and my interaction with the McLays is I'm going to go on a mission. I'm changing my life. I mean, I'm paraphrasing here, but I still have that. And so then I was like, I got to stay. Like I'm making a difference. But then in my mind, I'm like, if the church is not what it pretends to be, what it says it is it really better that they go out and become even more indoctrinated as a full-time missionary? Because that's a regiment where if you live that, I mean, you're really going to buy into the church. It really sinks that in deeply. And so to cut right to, and because I want to directly answer your question, there was some back and forth. The last time I was teaching in the classroom on a regular basis was May, is when the semester ended. And so I was teaching at the Air Force Academy and at UCCS when the semester started in January. And this journey really began in earnest. I started feeling like I needed a different career. And I started looking at jobs loosely in January. But by February, March, and then into April and May, I was having, that's when we started discussing we may not be able to stay.
Stay what?
In CES for sure. In fact, it kind of went like this. I need to get a different job because then I can be objective. In my current position, there is no room for us to fade off gradually. I felt like I couldn't say to my bishop or to anybody, I'm having these doubts, I'm having these concerns because of who I was and I was the way that I was looked upon. And if I'm being completely honest, I was worried about damaging the church. I did not want to do anything that would cast a negative light on the church or hurt somebody's testimony. And so I remember teaching, for example, Enos. I can't remember if it must have been a Book of Mormon class or if I had gone there as a cross-reference. And I was having major doubts about the veracity of the Book of Mormon. And as we've discussed, I didn't go into details there, but specifically what I perceived to be plagiarism and what I perceived to be things that were not true and that were inaccurate, and the anachronisms, and not just the things that are in there, but the things that are not in there that I feel like should be if it was more of an accurate book. But in my mind, I was able to say, my undergraduate degree is in English, and I said, it's still a piece of literature that is before you with value. So teach it as such. And so ask the questions that you know how to ask, and students responded, and they felt the Spirit. At least that's what they told me. But again, I did too. I was tormented, and I was struggling. But I never once taught anything than what the curriculum said and the scriptures. I was true to my commission as a CES teacher. Although some people even recently have questioned me on that, or have questioned my integrity, because they've said things like, just going into the classroom is a testimony in and of itself, Brother McLay. So if you go in with doubts, or if you go in thinking something else, then you're not being true to. But my point in sharing that was the semester ended, and it was kind of like, thank goodness, because I was so tormented, and I was so grateful to enter into the summertime. And the last time that I spoke publicly in a church setting was on May 22nd at Institute graduation. And that was difficult for me, and I gave a talk that was a little bit recycled from a graduation a couple years ago, but I tried to select things that were reflective of how I felt. But I was also at that time feeling more and more like, not only am I going to leave CES, but could see the writing on the wall that this is probably going to leave. I'm probably going to leave the church. And I want to say that part of that for me was that I really felt like we felt like we needed to have ownership over this decision. We didn't want to be made an example of. And I felt like if I were to say leave CES but stay in the church, because some people have said, why did you resign? You know, I can get why you left CES maybe, but why did you resign? That it might have led to excommunication. I was such a visible figure in the church, and I was so, I had significant callings. I was a high priest. I was serving in the bishopric. I don't think I've mentioned that through most of this. When was I released? Was it May? I think. I can't remember. Anyway, just a few months ago, I was in the bishopric. And I was very concerned, and I think the more I've processed it, rightly so, that even though it wouldn't have happened right away, and I don't mean to throw priesthood leaders under the bus or say that they're not good men or that they wouldn't have done this lovingly, but I think that they would have said, here we have an apostate, somebody who no longer believes these things, and all this time he has professed to believe it. He could be a great damage to the church. We're going to have to deal with this, and it would have happened slowly but surely. And it was important for me for me it was about mid-June when I just went, I don't believe it. I no longer can buy into the truth claims of the church. And for me, it was a very freeing realization, but it was also devastating because then I knew what that meant from my life. I think I did. I was beginning to feel what that would mean. Did you want to add anything, Hun, as far as
what was
timing?
It like for you, Brooke?
The process.
How do you go from like, I don't believe it's what it is,
to like saying we can do.
We got to resign.
You know, I would say that true to Mormon doctrine, there is opposition in all things. And the process was equal parts fantastic and horrifying. Between maybe March, April and May, and probably June, and maybe even into July, I literally could barely drag myself out of bed. And it's a really strange thing to go from believing that you're one of the most healthy people you know to almost overnight realizing that you may be on the verge of either going crazy. Because so many points in this process, I kept thinking, why am I seeing it this way? I know that the answer is it has to be true. And so there were times where I literally felt like either I was on the verge of severe clinical depression, which is strange because I'm a regularly optimistic person. But I remember the night that I went to bed, and kind of as you go to sleep, you start to decompress thoughts. And I realized if the church is not true, I am not a special, maybe I don't have this like special place that I always thought. And that realization was so, I think that it's been described before, like when you're burning new neural pathways, it's literally like burning new muscles. And that was very much what it was like for months. It was so absolutely devastating to realize that some of these things that I had so clung to, even without realizing that I had clung to it, were being ripped from me. At the same time, I remember early in the process saying to myself, I wonder because I became very concerned about what do other people do? I literally would sit down with people at business meetings and say, how were you raised? What do you do for meaning? And to me, it's so sad that I had been so raised to not give people validation for their life choices that I literally never knew what life outside of our church could be like. And I honestly believe that these people thought they were happy but weren't actually happy. And so I had spent months asking people, what do you do? You know, I mean, the CEO of Dole Foods and I had a 3-hour discussion on how he brings meaning into his life, because I could not wrap my head around it. And so, sorry, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, we kind of went, it was sort of a journey in the summertime, traveling with the family to many different places, in part to meet people and ask them questions about God and religion and about faith. And to be fair, it was kind of like the avoid church at all cost tour. I mean,
yeah.
It was kind of like I was in
the bishopric. It was like our own summer sabbatical.
I was so tormented, and I know I've said that word more than once, but I wanted to fulfill my calling with integrity and honesty and be that person that people thought that I was, but I could not deny that there was a real rift in, that there was things going on internally.
Yeah.
And I remember, if I may just interject, that we went back and forth. We were generally on, I think Brooke once said to me that we've been on the same page. If we haven't been on the same page throughout this process, we've at least been in the same book. And so that's a blessing, because as you know, John, and as listeners know, this doesn't always happen as a companionship. And sometimes, and I know of people right now, as do you, where marriages are at risk and there's great pain because you have somebody who truly believes and somebody who no longer does. And it's a hard thing. But I remember once being in the kitchen and Brooke, probably the most common question we asked ourselves was, are we being deceived? Is this the devil? Are we being deceived by the adversary to think these things and to allow these things in? And there was back and forth, but I remember once Brooke saying, we have to stay. We can't. And it was just that feeling of, what are we going to do without it?
I believed as I looked back, I realized that we had been socialized in the Mormon way. And so much of our social fulfillment came from fulfilling these things which we had been told were important.
Yeah.
And I didn't know if we would be able to create a new life foundation or facade, or I don't know, whatever you call it, that could create fulfillment, like doing everything that your mom and dad said will bring happiness. You know, even though some of those don't bring happiness, back in my head I have this speech. And so I felt like we've already socialized ourselves to it, why change? And that...
Well, but my response on that day was, I think I said, you do what you need to do, sweetheart, but I'm done.
Yeah, you did.
That was one of the days where I was able to say, if you want to stay, that's okay, but I can't. I had reached that point in the summertime where I couldn't, in good conscience, continue to live and perpetuate and pay tithing to and contribute my time, talents, and everything that I am, all those things, to something that I believed was not true.
First of all, I would guess that some of the people that listen to Mormon Stories are in that phase of just, I don't know how else to describe it except just mind-numbing exhaustion. You feel, it's literally like discovering a whole new world, and you don't know if you're up to the task, and you don't know if you're capable. And, you know, I would say, I was so grateful for the people when I was in that stage who would say, it's okay, be patient with yourself, allow that phase to come and go, and it will go. You're not there forever. And that gave me great hope that regardless of whether we stayed in the church or not, that I wasn't going crazy, that other people had been there and felt that way, and that there was a new space of enlightenment that would come. And I absolutely believe that to be the case now. You know, there are so many people, a couple of friends who said, I promise it gets better. I can't explain why.
How'd you find these people?
But it does. Some of them are, like I have a cousin who left the church that I reached out to early on. And, you know, again, that's the thing, is that the only people I knew that were safe to reach out to were people who had left, because I knew that people within the church were going to always tell me that the church, we always had the same final conclusion. So I had to start reaching out to people who I knew were open. So I had quite a few blogging friends from a multitude of faith backgrounds that I would reach out to.
I just want to say something about the people that we did reach out to, and you tell me if you remember this differently. By and large, I don't recall anybody saying, leave, get out, run from that.
Oh no,
These
not
people
at all.
said things like, hey, you do what's best for you.
Yeah, whatever.
If this works for your family. In other words, I never felt like the devil was pulling me from the other side to come over and make this decision to
No,
leave.
they were just an
You're saying your
open
non-LDS
space.
friends were
That's
actually
right.
saying...
People that have left the
yes.
church, that were disenfranchised, that or that never were members of the church, were saying,
Hey, man.
you know, there's value in this. If you think you want to stay, if it's the best thing for you, you need to do that. And plus your career. I mean, it was interesting to...
But at the same time, they were also very willing to say honestly their perceptions of what church membership was.
You bet. If we
and,
asked,
you know,
they would tell.
And here's the big surprise. There are a lot of very well-educated people who choose to not become members, you know, and I think that because I always thought, well, people don't become members because the Spirit hasn't moved in their lives yet. And so to realize that I had multiple friends who literally, I have one very good friend who's extremely eloquent, and I had reached out to her, and she had kind of had a fundamentalist background growing up, and just came to a point where she said, I knew a lot about the Bible, but I realized I didn't know very much about God. And so she said, you know, she still mourns every day that her kids won't have the flannel board stories, but she feels that in some ways, for her, she's discovered that not going to church allows her to be more compassionate because she doesn't get caught up in all of this stuff. And so she very well understood this very difficult choice between buying into it fully and having the support of this community and, you know, the fellowship of believers, and then choosing this more personal relationship with a God or with the universe or whatever you call it. And so I really appreciated just the open sounding board that all of these people offered, and John's exactly right, not one of them who said, in fact, they all said, you're very courageous to ask these questions. This would be a very difficult, you know, you're in, maybe you should stay where you are. You might be happy.
I can count on one hand the number of people that are in the church, fully active, believing members, that have said to us, maybe I can count it on like two fingers. I'm trying to think who have used words like courage and integrity in relation to our decisions. By and large, our decision, as you might imagine, has been viewed as flawed, and that all these pejorative terms come out. We've been deceived. We're broken. You know, when your own parents think that the devil's got a hold of your heart, it's been very pejorative. And so people have tried to fix us and tried to help us to come back because that's what they feel would be best. But it seems like people that have gone through this or who are outside of it, they have a different perspective, and they will look at us and they'll say, really? You were that involved and you left? Wow. That takes courage, and not that I was fishing for people to say such things, but that was one of the first things when you and I first talked that you said to me, that said, here's somebody I think who maybe understands on a level that most people don't, the level of difficulty it is. It really, I've been accused of, and I think people who leave are accused of taking the easy road. People will say, you just wanted to be able to drink. You just wanted to be able to go have sex with more people, or you wanted to be able to do this. You couldn't. You chose the easy way. It would have been easier for the McLays to stay, and I've already said that in this podcast, but it was a tremendous decision to get to the point to say, not only am I going to let go of my career, but I'm going to let go of my identity.
Yeah, and
I was completely into the church. I was Brother McLay, and everything about me. In fact, I think at points I felt like anything good that was in me was somehow connected with the church and with God and with my job and my membership. And so it was not an easy thing mentally, spiritually, or emotionally to arrive at a place where we could say, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to write the letters, and we're going to...
With that said, and back to my point of opposition, you know, here, just one example. Early in the process, I remember saying, I'm just going to pretend this week like I'm not Mormon and view the world through agnostic eyes. What would the world look like in that way? And I literally could not believe the switch that happened as soon as I became not important with not a mission. For the first time in the 13 years that we've lived in Colorado Springs, I walked out my front door and every person mattered to me. And I stopped and I took time to listen to them and to give their very real feelings, very real validation. And so in that way, it's strange because the journey is more difficult. I feel like it requires more energy for me to inhabit my space now. But it's so much more fulfilling to live a life where everyone matters and there's this whole array of emotions. And so in that way, you know, there's this beautiful bliss that comes along with stepping outside. And so it was a strange thing. In fact, I think it's Maya Angelou who says, there's something profound about the human spirit where after a night where you think that you might die, we somehow wake up in the morning and someone asks us, how are you? And you say, I'm fine, thank you. And how about you? And I found that I would be so tormented at night, and then I would wake up in the morning and see another human and think, but I can be here for them. And that was a really big shift. And I think that that's the first time I understood what it meant, what Christ meant when he said to pick up the Samaritan and be truly compassionate to another soul. So
there's still, so I get how you get to the precipice of saying we can't stay in the church, I can't stay in CES, maybe we're even going to go inactive. But this next step of saying we're going to actually write letters of resignation.
Yeah.
Right.
You've even told us logically that you wanted to take control.
I did. I wanted
of the process.
Create an objective perspective and kind of step back and say, let me analyze this as a member who's not also in CES and held up on a pedestal. But
but how do you talk to us about that process of like actually deciding
saying,
to resign,
let's do it, and then doing
writing the letters,
It
submitting the
was
letters,
big,
what the reaction was, and then talk about
what's the reaction.
Okay,
the 2 weeks later.
Okay, so I'll take us up to the point, and then you can take us to the reaction. So I think that this was essentially how we saw it from our perspective, and come to find out there are a lot of other ways to do this, and so I recognize that the way that we went about this is not the only way. But we felt that we had a pretty clear understanding of what it meant to be a true believing member of the church. And not only did we have that understanding, but we had lived that completely. And so when when church membership equals, let's say the temple recommend questions, that became very clear to me. I would call that kind of the pinnacle of membership. When I felt like my opinion on most of those questions varied too much to answer those questions sincerely. And our variations on those questions were important enough that we would be also teaching our children a different view and perception of some of those things. I don't think that we felt like it was honest for us to stay. That no matter how much we loved the people, no matter how much it pained us to imagine the sort of backlash that we would have to feel, we had lived our faith in such a public way that we didn't know how we could, with integrity, not submit our resignations. Because to sit at an annual temple recommend interview and say that we believed in the God, and we know exactly which kind of God they're talking about. They're talking about the Mormon God. We were the type of people who had so obviously understood what that meant that when we came to a different conclusion, we just felt like the only option is to resign. Now, of course, there are things like Stay LDS and all of these other websites that help you find a middle way, and I suppose that for some people that's a truly profound journey, and perhaps we would have found some incredible value in that journey. But because we feared
and our message is not
disfellowship.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine.
Our message is not everybody should leave. I think for some people they need to stay and that it works for them.
Absolutely.
And we completely respect that.
Yeah.
But we felt, as a matter of integrity and as a matter of where we were, and to reiterate, Gordon B. Hinckley, Joseph Fielding Smith, there is no middle ground. So where does somebody who really truly believes that the church is the true church on earth? I mean, even as a teenager, I had thoughts that if this church isn't true, none of them are. I mean, this is the one that makes sense, that answers the deepest questions. That these are the solemnities of eternity are contained herein. And so when that blew up for me, and I realized that it wasn't what it purported to be, I could have stayed, but why?
Well, I think we had some fear about our children having to go through the
Yes.
sort of pain that we had just
That
been
was
through.
definitely part of the
And so we felt
process.
like, again, for the integrity of our own family,
That they would someday have the same crisis of
Yeah.
faith that
Right,
you
like-
did, and that they would turn to you and say what?
and say, we're struck. Like, what if they were afraid to tell us that they had come to a conclusion that the church was not true, and they thought we were in this very TBM state, and then we were like, oh, actually, all along we like just that whole
Or what if they turned to you and
maneuvering.
say, why did you guys deceive
Stay.
me? Why were
Yes,
you part of the deception?
exactly.
and we realized that some of
Because
this,
again, when we say we're going to be honest, we
Yeah.
really, to me, there's one way to be honest.
we
you know?
realized that part
You
of our
mean what you
decision
say.
involves conjecture. That I was, like I mentioned, I was worried about possibly being excommunicated. And since I was living the commandments in the same way that I always had through my entire life, I didn't want to be made an example of. Now, could I say for sure that would have happened? I can't. Can we
Right,
say for
no.
sure our kids would have grown up and had doubts? No. So yeah, we have to, just like anybody else, we weigh the evidence, we look at what's before us, we consider our personalities, we look at my career, all the different elements kind of came to a head where it, Brooke once said, I don't want to be the family that is not going to church on Sunday and loading our kids in the car to go for a hike, while everybody else who has loved us and trusted us and looked at us this one way is wondering what's going on with the McLays. It doesn't.
We almost felt like we owed it to those kids that we had taught to help them understand that we weren't just, saying F it to the system, that we had made a genuine choice that was our choice.
Did you say F it? You're so hardcore.
Well, yeah,
Wow.
EFF. And so that was a very serious consideration as well. We were like, if these sweet seminary students drive by and see the McLays not going to church on Sunday, that's not going to compute in their head. And we want them to understand we're now making different choices because we don't view the system in the same way.
It sounds like it wasn't just a matter of integrity, it was almost an act of respect for the religion.
Yes,
Very much so.
That was very well put. I was in a place where if I wanted to send a message that I didn't believe the church was true, I had the forum to do that. I could have been, the equivalent of shouting in the microphone and then dropping it and walking off the stage. But even my resignation, which I realized weeks later put me in an interesting position because I'd never checked into this thoroughly, but I was told I didn't qualify for unemployment because I walked away, which is different than being fired. But what I did was I said nothing, and there are other reasons I said nothing about this, and we've kind of touched on those, but I just said, and I was truthful, and I even recorded some of the conversations, which shows you the level of maybe paranoia or fear that I had, that maybe they would be used against me or misunderstood, but everything I said was truthful. We're moving in a different direction, but what I did was I tried to do no harm. I wanted to be to leave as quietly as I could, and I felt the same about our resignation.
Well, and
Because
so
you could have forced them to fire you,
Sure.
which would have
Right.
helped you qualify for unemployment,
Sure.
plus would have given you probably better grounds for wrongful termination or some
Right.
type of
That's right.
lawsuit.
Yeah.
well, and that was
But
exactly.
I didn't want to because I loved these men.
Right.
I felt like, and I want to be clear, I felt like they had treated us good and that
Right.
it was a great place to be employed.
Real quick, before we move on to the actual submissions of the letter and the aftermath, what's it like when 14 years of your career, your profession, has been dedicated as a Mormon education, church education person? That's your training, that's your resume, that's your income, and most importantly, that's your retirement.
Yeah.
What goes through your mind, and what things do you have to process in terms of the sacrifice or the cost of this decision for you?
Yeah. It's still hard for me to talk about. But yeah, I have all kinds of conflicting emotions in relation to that. But I remember cleaning out my office before the person coming in to replace me and was coming in, and just going through talks, just piles of paper and notes, and because this is what I did. This is where I devoted my time, and not just personally and with my family, but professionally. And so I guess the short answer is that it was completely and utterly devastating. And I would try to express that to people, and they would say things that they were helpful. They would say, "Oh, well, John, it's not wasted. You've still developed a skill set. You're a great public speaker. You're excellent in the classroom." And I had the opportunity to teach at a community college, and still do, teaching sociology. And I was starting to realize these skills are transferable. I can take these into other places. But the feeling at the time was, I went into this so wholeheartedly, and so I was so committed to it, that to let go of that was extremely difficult. It was heart-wrenching, and I cried. I don't even think I've told many people this, but yeah, I wept cleaning out my office, and I felt some anger. I guess I still do from time to time. I'm past it mostly. That people perhaps, and this is my perspective, in church history, and those who had presented it and made decisions about how it would come down and filter to us, had not been honest, had been deceitful in what they've done. And here I was in 2011 with 4 children and 1 wife, and feeling suffering, really in a profound way, because of things that had, one thing stacked upon another, lies or myths perpetuated, however you want to call it. Now, I feel like I should say that it sounds to me, as I listen to myself, we're painting this picture of that we were so noble, and that we were, we don't think of I don't think of myself as like the exemplar of how to be. I always have struggled actually with my own confidence, and even though in CES, well, I'm trying to find the words for this, it was the only thing in my life that I ever felt that I was exceptional at. I'm a good basketball player. I'm a pretty good soccer player. I think I'm
a good kisser.
I'm a good kisser. Nailed that. But really, I thought this CES and the speaking and the teaching of young people was the thing like I was born to do. And that I believe that God had given me that gift and put me in a place where I could do that. So processing that and letting that go, and kind of looking at 14 years and saying, for what? I cannot believe. There were times when like I said, that I was angry. But at the same time, here's where I've landed with that. And maybe we'll get there down the road, but I'm not mad anymore about my career. I'm not saying, oh, what a waste of time. I still have those feelings, if I'm being totally honest, sometimes. But again, it was very real to me, and it was worthwhile, and those experiences were mine, and I own them. But the direct answer to your question is that it was wrenching. It was.
So that I'm glad you addressed it from the standpoint of what's it like to walk away from it in terms of your identity, in terms of how much it meant to you, in terms of the time lost. What about the sheer financial and job cost of making that choice as a CES employee?
Well, I think first of all, we are kind of in a unique position because Colorado Springs is largely evangelical Christian. And so, and not that every workplace looks at that, but I think that John's resume, we've been kind of surprised at how, he's got a master's degree in sociology. He has a lot of highly transferable skills, and yet he's had 2 callbacks from,
so how long have you been
40,
searching for a job?
Since January of last year.
But really in earnest, March and April, it really started.
9 to 12 months you've been looking for a job.
Yeah,
close to
and
50 job applications.
So
50 job applications.
I think a lot of people see
and 2 so let's just
the Mormon
9 to 12 months, 50 job applications,
approximately,
2 interviews.
Yeah, so it's been kind of a bad market.
So financially, what's that been like for your family?
Well, I'll just be candid about that. Outward appearances, and even to be totally honest, the McLays have been doing okay. It's kind of coming to a head right now. the church was very gracious when CES, when I left, said, look, why don't you, because I said, I'm going to go in a different direction. I was very vague about it, but we actually selected August 5th as a date because if I worked into August, then the benefits would extend through August. But in a nutshell, I'll just bullet list what has happened because of my resigning my membership, my CES, and then membership in the church, although this financial part is mostly the CES. But those benefits expired. And so I lost not only my income, the money that I was making, but the health insurance, which was very good health insurance. And my retirement was never really big. I'd borrowed from it in the past, but I decided to cash that in. And I don't know if that was good or not. I'm not quite 55 years old.
You
and
did
so
that because why? Because
to put money in the bank to live off of during this
Right.
transition.
so that you could survive.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in those early months, my website generates some income, and actually, over the last couple of months, has been a godsend, absolute.
So God hasn't
Absolute godsend.
cursed you.
No, indeed, God has not cursed us. However, there's still, I mean, we're kind of facing down. Well, our home is in foreclosure because I can cover the daily bills,
Yeah.
but that's not covering a
The
house.
mortgage.
Yeah. So the retirement is gone, and the savings are gone, and
The health benefits are gone.
the benefits are
We
gone.
did
house
get
is
health
in for-
insurance, but the house is in
Your house is
foreclosure.
in foreclosure.
The health insurance, though, is catastrophic coverage. It's
Yeah.
so in case something really big
That's what I have.
happens. Yeah.
That's what
Oh
I have.
yes.
And we're realizing that, in retrospect, the health insurance we had with the church was very good. It was very nice. One of my friends referred to it as Cadillac coverage. You know,
Right,
I
sure,
think it's
yeah.
one of the blessings and benefits of working for the church was good coverage. But as Brooke said, the home is now in foreclosure, and so it's been a tremendous cost for us financially. And I think one of the, I don't know if I'd call it a regret, and we've already kind of touched on this. I did this to me. I mean, no outside party can look in on this and not say, you're the one who walked away. You know, you're the one, you did, and that is
people have said as
the
much.
truth.
Yeah.
I made the decision. I own that decision. But I really felt like by now I would have found a job. I just got an email yesterday, I forgot to tell you, that another turned down, another one that these jobs I applied for that said, thanks, but no thanks. And I'm torn because I don't know if they look at this and go, man, we can't, this guy has all this experience and a master's degree. And for a while I was like, I was looking for jobs that really matched my skill set, but now I'm to the point where I'm like, I just want a job. You know, where can I work? I've applied at local banks. I've considered insurance agencies. I've applied to many higher education jobs at colleges and universities to try to get full-time teaching positions or nonprofits. But the direct answer to your question, without trying to elicit pity, is that it has come at great cost. And there have been some people that have, we have a wonderful dentist who's been very kind and continues to, and he's LDS, and both of them are, and they have been very generous to us, and they continue to be, and there's still some help there.
Right.
But when I say it's coming to a head, I think losing the home is a foregone conclusion. I think we're going to lose it one way or the other.
Well, and I think that just everything that a job entails is gone right now, like identity and security and stuff to fill your time and give you purpose and meaning. And so, that's not a cost that you count into the monthly budget, but
Kind of depression or
there is.
self-esteem.
Oh, yeah.
For
It's been
sure.
really hard. Well, and then you compile that with having everybody that you really love go radio silence on you. We've had family members say, I can't talk to you. And I'm like, wait. This is really the time that you should be talking to us. And so I think that especially for John, that it's been a particularly dear cost to pay, because when he says he lost his identity, he really lost, as far as he knows, his identity. And so and also just the security that a job where a year from now you know what you're doing, or you're able to put savings aside. All of that is gone for now. And when you're raising kids, you don't want to be those kind of parents. Go us.
So do you ever say, I should have handled it differently? I shouldn't have left. I should have just faked it. I should have just lied.
Not the lie part, not the fake it. I have thought, because some advice that was given to me during this process was, your family is most important, and providing for them is paramount. So you do whatever you have to do. But there was such the integrity and the honesty issue, and the also in principle, because one of our friends asked me once during dinner, saying, "Well, John, if you don't believe, why aren't you telling your students that you don't?" And then that made me think about it differently, and that's when I kind of started to realize I can't stay in this. I can't I'm trying the best I know how to be a person of integrity and honor, and so the faking it wasn't really an option.
I wish we could have gone slower, but the job thing made it really unique because we do feel a great...
Have we talked about how we were going to go back? Maybe this would be it.
Well, let's go ahead and finish what you're saying, then we'll go to writing the letter in the
Because
aftermath.
that's regret. I mean, when you say looking back and saying, would you have done it differently? I've thought about that. I've thought about maybe did we resign too quickly? Because I think we're heading into talking about the reaction, and oh boy, people did not see this coming.
Let's do it. Let's go there.
Well, so let me just take you to writing the actual letter is like pulling the Band-Aid off. It's going to hurt. And so we just said, we've got to do it. And we had talked to our kids about, we wanted them to write their own letters if they wanted or not write letters. We tried to leave it very open to our children and be transparent to them as well. So when we wrote the letter, we sent one via email to the church headquarters, and it would have been nice if that was the only one that mattered.
That was hard copy.
Oh, okay.
To the church.
And then
Email
we
to
emailed
bishop and stake president.
our bishop and our stake president. And then a couple of weeks before this point, John had emailed his parents and just, because I said, I want them to feel like they're a part of this. I don't want to spring this on them. We love them too much to
It was actually a month and a half
not
before,
communicate. So that's how, it was one of those things where we both felt like there's never going to be a good time to do this. So why don't we just get it out of the way and then move forward from there and breathe? So.
Yeah.
So you went through that process, and then you wrote the letters.
Right. So
Well, first of all,
initially John wrote the letter to his parents.
Yeah, the letter to my parents, I believe that was in June. That was a tough one. It was a tough one to write. It was a tough one to send, and it was very difficult to deal with the reaction. And my parents are wonderful. I maybe didn't give them enough credit in talking about my youth, but they are bright, kind, hardworking people who, I was raised with goodly parents.
They're Mormon.
They are good Mormons.
They're good. I love my mom and dad. And so to have my dad's initial reaction be a knee-jerk reaction was hard to take.
Which was what?
Oh, it was, I think I was rereading it came in the form of text messages, and I guess maybe that was more comfortable for him than calling, and I can understand that, but we've got your letter. It's completely devastated us. And keep your poison away from my other children and don't come around, kind of, initially. And I don't think I had 2 or 3 responses before.
Was this a phone text or email?
Yes, this is phone text.
So he's doing it by phone text.
And I still have, I was looking at it again last night and remembering, but it's painful for me to look at. And also, my dad has since apologized. He has since recognized that this was not the best reaction.
We also have to,
I was going to share
in the interest of full disclosure.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that he said was in this initial reaction and conversation was that both he and my mom felt that because I was very sick as a child with my ear problems and nearly died, 2.5, 3 years old. But he said that it might have been better if I would have died, because then at least I could have still gone to the celestial kingdom. And so, and it was a lot of, where is my son and who's done this to you? And I officially hate Colorado Springs. I mean, it was trying to find the guilty, who pulled you away, and I think part of that might have been directed towards Brooke, because why would, our beloved son, who was so good and so true, somebody had to do this to you, because otherwise this is inconceivable. And so it was very hurt feelings, and shortly after that led to a pleading for me to come out alone to Utah to talk with my mom and dad. And I remember, because alone was in capital letters, just me. And so I didn't want to. In fact, my initial response was, I think we need to. The reason I wrote a letter is because I knew it would be so emotional. I weighed this. I was going to do it in person. I was going to do it on the phone. I went back and forth, but I finally said, a letter allows me to say what I need to say, them to read it and process it and respond in their time and in their way, and then I'm open to that and we can start this dialogue. But I wasn't going to go out, but I decided to, and that was very difficult. I made a trip alone to Utah and dealt with that reaction of just devastation and heartbreak and my own, my father, I don't know if I've said this, but he was 35 plus years CES. And so I did say that. I mentioned that in this podcast. But so he was willing to talk to me about doctrinal and historical concerns, and he was open to those kinds of discussions. For my mom in this conversation, that was a little bit more difficult. She said, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear anything that would contradict what I believe. And I'm respectful, first of all, of my mom, who I love with all my heart, and I'm respectful to people who feel that way. But in this podcast, and I feel like this is important to say, that part of this process was breaking out of the circular logic that says that everything that says the church is not true is anti-Mormon. In other words, if we define anti-Mormon literature as anything that speaks ill of the prophet Joseph or the Book of Mormon or the church, then we have circular logic that always takes us back to the conclusion that the church is true. And it's breaking that circular logic that allows you to process things differently. But my parents wanted no part of that, and one of their biggest concerns was don't tell your siblings. And I remember in the conversation, in other words, don't be specific about why you're leaving the church. Don't give them specifics. And I remember part of that conversation, it kind of, as it came to a head, was, John, to me, you are very persuasive. You're a very good teacher. Don't use those skills to, and even in doing this podcast today, that conversation has come back to me because my mother said, I'm just worried that someday you are going to be one of those people that goes out and tries to tell people that the church is not true, and that you'll use your skills in a negative way. And so I would say to my mom and to you, that's not my intent here. To me, I'm here to share my story. I'm here to talk about where I am. And if I'm being totally honest, I'm kind of seeking a little bit of therapy, because I've been holed up and I felt very alone through a lot of this. And so I need to talk about where I am, but I have no intent to take my mom or my dad or my brothers or my sister, nor do I have the illusion that I'm capable of doing such a thing. That letter was in June, and then in August 5th I resigned from CES, and on August 11th was when we sent the letters to Salt Lake and to the bishop, and then the reactions began. And the first one was from my bishop, and it was in the form of an email, since I had emailed him. And it was complete shock. And I think he said something like, the word shock does not do justice to what...
Because you had just been in the bishopric, right?
I had. Yeah.
Pretty
I was his
recently.
counselor for about 3.5 years.
Yeah.
Well, and I feel like maybe we could have been a little bit slower with submitting resignations, but we know how the church works, and they had already switched my visiting teachers to stalwart visiting teacher. You know, I had the bishop's wife coming in. She was asking if I'd just gone for a run because I wasn't wearing my garments. And so we started to sense this, I think what Joanna Brooks calls correlating each other. We felt the correlation committee coming in, and there was no room for the McLays to take a sabbatical. We couldn't say, we need to step back without having every siren go off. And so we felt like the only way that we will get peace from incessant phone calls and visiting teachers is to take control of our story and resign. And if we come to a conclusion where we say we are dumb and we made the wrong choice, then we will be rebaptized. But we have to have some space. And we were, even as we were quietly trying to find our own space, we were being more and more suffocated. And so I think that was kind of, for us, one of the reasons that it was like resign we felt this like everybody, all of this pressure. And then we were like, well, let's just get it all over with, get all the pain out of there. And so I think that's one of the reasons that it happened so quickly. And I think a lot of people were like, why did you have to take your name off the records of the church? And, and again, it was because we didn't know how else to gain any peace and help explain to other people why we were doing things that were a little bit out of line. So like not going to church on Sunday because we were taking the kids for a hike.
And along with that reaction was, of course, sorrow, dismay, anger. And my bishop clearly said, I suppose I'm angry about this. He kind of indirectly cursed our children to the third and fourth generation. At least that's how my wife read it. It was very upsetting to her.
It was. You don't talk about my kids that way.
And so she responded, and I responded, worry about the youth that look up to me that will be affected by this decision.
Yeah. Lots of testimony bearing. But can I share, I do feel like in this process, every cliched reaction that you can imagine is what we got. But I do kind of want to share what I thought was one of the most remarkable responses, because if I was still in the church, I would hope that I would be grown up enough to act this way. But I had a friend who called about a week after our resignations went through, and she said, so I'm wondering if you guys would like to come to dinner. And I was a little bit stunned because I thought, here we go. I'm really tired. I don't know if I can do this again. And she goes, oh, silly me. You probably think I'm calling to invite you over to dinner to fellowship you. She goes, oh no, that's all bygones. So do you guys want to come over to dinner? And it was such a remark. She is the only person I have yet had respond in that way, that literally church membership meant nothing. She's not changed 1 ounce of our conversation, and I really love her for her response, and I felt like there was such true Christianity in the way that she responded, and I wish so much that I could have been a member like that, but I have to hand it to those people like her, and they were few and far between, who responded with such warmth. It was surprising.
There were those who did.
It was amazing.
And I think we've established that Latter-day Saints are good-hearted people. But the shock, the horror, the disbelief, multiple pleas before the paperwork was to be advanced for me to meet with the bishop, meet with the stake president. One of the emails even said, we can arrange a phone call with the general authority or a meeting with the general authority. Mark McConkey is here in town. Why don't you go talk to him? And they bullet list the things. I remember in my bishop's initial reaction, there was, could it be this or this or this? I've looked at Adam God theory and blood atonement or polyandry or polygamy or whatever it is, kind of like, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, hold the horses. And our polite but consistent response was, thank you, but we know that this is what we want to do. Please forward the paperwork.
Even that was hard.
Before they finally, and our stake president, I thought his response was very mature and very loving, and with complete respect, and saying, you've asked to do this and I will do that if you want me to, but kind of like, is there anything we can do to change your mind, And when
the letters arrived, it made me sick. I put them in, I didn't
letters
even, saying we had we were officially off the records. They resigned. We got 6 letters all in one day of mail.
Third week of August, yeah.
And I didn't even open them. I just put them away because I didn't, because I still and forever and will always be Mormon. It's not like I can flip a switch on 35 years of my life, I'm not supposed to be emotional.
Being emotional is okay.
I feel nothing but gratitude for who I am today because of all of the good parts of the church. I feel angry and sad and ready to distance myself from some of the less healthy aspects of the church. For instance, it works really well when everyone is obeying and everybody is doing everything that they have to be a temple member and make an eternal family. But when one person breaks that mold, for instance, your mother, your gay, sibling, I don't know, all of a sudden it starts to unravel and fall apart. And again, I don't want I don't feel like it's healthy to teach my children that there's only one way to be in a spiritual sense. I want them to be open to the mystery and the wonder and their own realizations and revelations about the world. But still, my spiritual language, my spiritual experiences come from this Mormonism that I have so cherished. And so to say I'm un-Mormoned now doesn't sit right with me, because, you know, even when I sit down with my friends, I'm still very Mormon.
You still feel Mormon.
Right. I just don't, I feel like I'm Mormon plus now. And so to feel like the church is trying to take away the Mormon, I don't want to just be plus. I like being Mormon plus. So anyway.
So
yeah.
for you, you're not, the Mormon hasn't gone away just because you're not an LDS church
Yeah,
member.
not at all. Nor do I want it to. You know, I like all of the funny, understanding all of the quirky little cultural things. I get all of that, and I love it. So yeah, I have my journal, and this was like maybe a week after, and I said, I've wished over the last 2 days that we could go back at times, that we could just be the people that everybody thinks of us. And so I started to have this, you know, and I think that it's common with any change. You often, whether it's moving cities or the death of a loved one, there's a point at which you say, wait, I feel comfortable with comfort. And we had gone out with some friends one night and had kind of had a couple of interaction with some people who had left the church, and all of them had kind of gone on to make very unorthodox Mormon decisions, as you can. You're allowed to do that, whether you're in the church or not. But I think that terrified me a little bit, first because I started to fear that perhaps the only thing left was for us to become atheists and have no moral authority. And, you know, all of these fear tactics really were speaking to me. And, you know, and I came to the realization where I was like, well, you have to do something with your life. And what we were doing with our life was really good, whether we buy into it or not. This is too scary. There's too much unknown. And so we had gone out and with these friends. And by the time I got back home, I just was so tired and so conflicted, and I had fallen asleep, and as I woke up the next morning, I felt like I was just suspended in that place of like not asleep and not awake, and my mind was just working, and I could feel it trying to put pieces together. And as I described it to a couple of church members as we came back, you know, I said it was kind of my Alma the Younger experience, where I felt like it was like, okay, well, if everybody agrees to not be homosexual and drink coffee and not do all of these things, then we have a safe place. And so that's how God is showing us his love, is to create all of these boundaries and rules. And I do think that in some way boundaries and rules create safety, but at the same time, I feel like in retrospect, it was just a very weary mind in a very terrified place.
When I woke up that morning, and the first thing I heard was, "We have to go back."
Yeah.
And I said, "What?" And it was so strong that she said, "I want to call the bishop and the stake president right now." And I said,
but I wasn't
Whoa.
that calm.
She wasn't that calm. She was teary-eyed and emotional, and it was very real, and I could tell something. And even the night before, myself and our friends, we could tell Brooke was kind of off, that this was weighing on her. And what this was, I think, was just a little bit of a break, a little bit of a, what have we done? You know, maybe we did this too quickly, because people walk different paths out of the church when this happens. We like got on a jet plane and went,
Yeah.
and
well,
so.
and I do have to say that if you can imagine the amount of pressure we were under from John resigning and then us resigning our membership, our lives literally went from being extremely full and bodied with people that we love and trust and adore to literally no one. Brothers and sisters would not talk to us, and that was always the reaction. I can't talk to you right now. I can't deal with it right now. And leaving us just in silent
And to be fair, I think they didn't know what to say. There's no language for them in communicating with us where we were.
But it leaves you feeling alone.
It did.
So bitterly alone that I honestly, and because these people are people that we had so cherished and still cherish,
Yeah.
I thought, why are we trying to reinvent the wheel? We have our lives peopled. Whatever, we'll have to make it work.
We can make it work. And
I remember I called 2 people that morning. I called one of my very good friends, and she said, it's important that you're thinking of these things because these are the matters of eternity. And I appreciated it, but that response scared me a little bit because I wasn't talking about eternity. I was talking about Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. This had nothing to do with eternity because I still had a very different concept of what eternity looked like. But it was for me, it was about survival with beauty in my life and a savory survival. And then I called my sister and she said, honey, we've talked a lot over the last couple of months, and I'm telling you right now, you're speaking out of fear. And she said, don't do anything out of fear. And I was like, this isn't fear. This is not fear.
I think your sister, I think Holly was spot on. And I'm not being critical of you, but when Brooke said, call the stake president, call the bishop, I said, I don't think we need to do that. I don't think we should do that. In fact, let's wait. Let's give this a few days. Let's
but I'm not really a waiter.
But Brooke, she was in fact, I went for a run. I was training for a marathon. I had like a 14 or 15 mile run that afternoon. And so this was a Saturday, the first Saturday in September. And I went out for that run and I started pondering the possibility, because she was very clear, we are going back, we have to go back, we've made a mistake, I'm so sorry. She was even taking blame that I didn't think she needed to take, saying things like, this is my fault, if I hadn't been, doing this and that, and I'm so sorry, your career, it was your dream job, this is awful, what have we done? All of those things just in that moment were weighing on her. And so as I ran, I started to ponder coming back. And I will be honest, it felt very good. The idea of being able to go back to EFY.
The great prodigal son moment.
Of being maybe like the prodigal son,
Object lesson.
I'm running thinking,
Yeah.
watch out,
Living
fatty
object
cat.
lesson.
Because
And we were at this point, again, I mean, we'd already gotten to the point where we were like, we don't care what people think. So now we were like, we just want people to love us again. We just want to get back into that place where we're the healthy couple that everyone's looking at. And so we threw the kids in the car, drove to Utah, called and set up an appointment to talk about the great story of Joseph Smith with Mark McConkie, and then he got us an appointment with a general authority. We went and met with the general authority.
An apostle.
An apostle. One of the members of the 12.
Yes.
But you went really fast there, and that's okay, because maybe we needed to.
We showed up at John's parents' house, told them we were coming back, decided we were going to move to Utah just to get, it was like, we were willing to change whatever to just be back into the favor of these people that we love again.
And I really wanted to believe again. I've expressed that during this process, I really did believe that I would reach a point at which I could be the same believing Mormon that I always was. And
in
when
my
this
head,
happened,
I'm thinking,
I'll
just keep visiting Stay LDS and memorize all of those changes.
When this happened, I thought, this is it. This is my chance. This is bingo. I'm going to be able, once and for all, this is all going to be a faith-promoting experience that affirms what I believed. And that felt very good. And I want to express my sincere gratitude for the kindness of the way people responded. And, President McConkie, my wife, and I don't know how Brooke remembers this phone conversation, but I'll just tell you how I remember it. I didn't say many words when we called over the speakerphone President McConkie. My wife was the one who was really feeling this, and I sort of felt along for the ride, willing to do it. And I'm again, she wasn't dragging me, but I was saying,
right, we had nothing to lose.
We're kind of riding this out, right? I didn't say maybe 10 words during that conversation, but near the end of it, Brooke said, we would love to be able to meet with the general authority she asked him point blank, and he said, let me make some calls, and 2 of his mission companions are now in the 70. And his mission president is a member of the 12. And so he called back either the next day or the day after, and he said, you have an appointment on Tuesday with this, at 10 o'clock in the morning with this member of the 12. And we were blown away and honored. And
how long was the appointment?
It was wonderful. About an hour.
An hour?
We brought our children, and we
they sat outside and hit each other
in the office, playing with iPads and iPods, and we spent the better part of an hour.
And he just listened, and it was beautiful.
It was, and I have to say that it was a measure of kindness and compassion that I thought was completely genuine and sincere. Now,
What were you saying?
Our story.
You're trying to explain in the vein of, we want to come back, but let me explain how we got this point so that you will forgive us and let us come back.
Yeah, or just so that you'll understand how we got to this point.
I was hoping, I'll be honest, I was hoping that maybe some doctrinal things would come up, because here was a rare opportunity, and we understand that not everybody that goes through this can have this kind of a connection. And so we looked at, again, as God's hand, perhaps giving us this opportunity to reconnect and reaffirm our faith and rekindle it. And, but no specific historical or doctrinal things were discussed. Well, we brought them up as concerns that we had, but in his was a listening ear, and it was compassion.
Yeah, I think we both said
he really wanted to help.
He had a very grandfatherly. It wasn't as though we were sitting down with an apostle. He was just willing and gentle, and he said, "Can we get those letters back?" And we said no. And
in other words, is it too late? Have you already resigned?
Right,
and we
to
said,
reverse it.
You know, we're
like,
officially off the records. I mean, when I say that he wanted to help, I hope that I can say that with all sincerity.
He was fantastic.
That when the interview was done, he gave me his home number and his office number and said, "Call me if I can do anything."
Yeah.
And so I felt very grateful for that. And then we went and met with a...
Didn't he have one reaction, though? Didn't he make a comment about the fact that you would come back? Wasn't there a comment that he made? Something about other people come back, or...
Oh, yes. I think there was just a general feeling like, yes, either the only answer is to come back.
Yeah.
Or they are lost. You know, I mean, that was just it was like, those are the two options.
Did he say anything interesting? Did he provide any help or support other than listening?
Good question. You know, I think I felt like there were a couple of things that came up. For instance, the homosexuality thing. And my general feeling from his response was, because I said, and this is actually one of the things that I regret saying, and I think that this shows the level of despair that I had reached. I said, I see now, if we approve homosexuality, then everything has to be okay. You know, and like, I'm just talking crazy, imagine that. And I just remember him nodding with a smile, like, yes, you're seeing this now. And that actually, in retrospect, breaks my heart, because, again, that's, you know, I have friends that are gay, and they are good, and I see no problem with that lifestyle.
In your defense, I don't think you said it that pointedly. I think you were still...
Really? I think I did.
I regret, too, I think it was a fear-based reaction, that what we were saying in there, well, I don't think, I'm certain that we were acting out of fear for what our children might become, fear for the fact that now that we're out, what if we develop bad habits, fear that we might create or adopt a lifestyle that is not conducive to healthy living, or whatever it might be, and that the church was this safe haven for us to come back to, because that's what we knew. We talked a bit about my job and what I had done for the church and my involvement, and he said, would you ask, because he knew that I had a meeting later that same afternoon with some of the higher-ups in CES, the administrator, and one of the assistant administrators, would you ask as a favor to me if you can have your job back?
You weren't looking for him to answer
more
questions.
Of a pronouncement.
You were trying to affirm to him your beliefs,
right,
and help persuade him to help you get reinstated as full members.
I
And
think we
I was
just
looking maybe
didn't
for a
want to
little
be the
repentance
fallen
there,
people.
you know?
Yeah.
Like I felt
repent.
some bad. I feel guilt all the time, but especially, you know, I thought, if this is true, if the church, because I still, at that time, that possibility was in my mind and in my heart. Again, I wanted it to be, and so I thought, I don't believe it right now, but faith can be developed. You know, if I can reconnect and I can rekindle and I can believe again. I don't know that Brooke was there. I think Brooke was more like, I'll reconnect, but...
Yes, well, and actually this is a good question to lead us to what happened next, because I really felt like, I still felt very firmly that a lot of the realizations that we had with opening to compassion and opening to a world of color and kind of stepping outside of this very tiny box, there was no way that I knew I couldn't go back to the box. And so at that point, I was like, maybe I can nuance some of the beliefs. And when I say that I believe in the Book of Mormon, I'll always be able to know in the back of my head that there are still a lot of, like maybe I can just do this for the greater good. And the following week, when we returned to church, it was very sweet and people were wonderful. And of course, everyone,
Tears were shed.
told us how they had been praying us back. And
they knew that we'd come back.
Sure.
That was common.
And that was
we knew you'd come back.
tremendously nice of them, because I know that it comes from a good place. But we sat down and met with the bishop, and I spoke to him about just how this really had been a process of love. And he said, yes, but God is also the God of the Old Testament. And it was almost like the breath was sucked out of me, and I thought, dang it, I'm not going to be able to do it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go to that place.
What else did he say? What was he saying? What was the point he was trying to make?
I think that he was trying to.
That, but
oh, you don't?
That there's justice. That you're going to have to pay.
In other words, it's not all about love. That this is the same God who
justice,
killed
mercy.
the Egyptians, who opened the Red Sea.
I don't remember that exactly, but
it's okay. What do you remember, Brooke?
The sentiment.
It's okay.
Yeah, he said he is also the God of the Old Testament, and for me, what that was saying is, there's love and compassion, but you have to understand that the rules and the obedience is more important. Obedience is the first principle, and all that other stuff is by stuff. And for me, again, I kind of felt like I had opened myself to what I believe is a true Christian message that has been lost, through various forms of all sorts of things throughout lives. And I'm certainly not perfect at living it, but to pretend to go back to insisting that knowing the Bible is more important than knowing and seeking to become like a God that is all loving, I just knew that I felt like it was going to be a waste of my time. But again, it was okay. We wanted this approval from all of these people, and so we went and sat down with the stake president.
Same day. Bishop, stake president, same day.
And he listened. The following week,
well, he also said, I'm going to need to call the office of the first presidency. I also had instructions from the apostle to have him call him directly and talk with him about our interview and about his feelings. And he did both of those things, and we were kind of under the impression that you might have to wait up to a year to be rebaptized. But it was the next week, I think, or was it 2 weeks later? I think it was the very next week. So within about 2 weeks of this whole thing happening, 3 at the most, the good news had been received that the McLays can come back in anytime they'd like.
Get rebaptized.
Yep.
Right. And I found
all the way from the top.
We felt that, I think that again, opposition in all things, we felt that was a sign of intense love and trust for us, that they would trust that we were being honest, and everything we said to them was honest in our desire to try to come back and be back to the people we were. But I also started to feel like there was a lot of control there, and that terrified me, that we would have to dress our entire family in white and go through what I thought was a slightly humiliating experience of rebaptizing everyone. That I just...
Well, it felt a little bit like damage control to me.
Because
the sooner you get the McLays back, the sooner you cover up the damage that might be done by us leaving.
Well, and I felt
maybe that's not fair, because
warmth of God in our lives. And so to feel like somehow, and at this time we had been told by the bishop, we are not to take the sacrament because only people who understand and accept and appreciate
that bothered me.
The covenant with the atonement are allowed to take the sacrament. And so here we are, a family of 6, not taking the sacrament, and now we have to all be, when we had just written a letter, and so for me, that really started feeling difficult because, again, this idea that God is so much bigger, that he would come into my heart and create benevolent feelings, but it has to all be controlled under the guise of all of these people who have to okay us. That started to really sit in conflict. And taking that step started to become more and more difficult to say, yeah, let's just do it for show.
By the time we had that second meeting with the stake president, in which he joyfully expressed to us that we had permission to be rebaptized, and on the way there I said, I'm not sure what he's going to say, But if he does say, and I was just expressing this to Brooke, that we can be rebaptized, I said, I just want you to know I'm not ready. I'm not there, and I don't feel like I can commit myself, because that is a
Honestly,
commitment.
right.
Baptism is saying, I believe and I'm going to live, and I said, I'm not there. And then I start having all these, Moroni, is it in the book of Moroni, that where we used the scripture on my mission that talks about how blessings come after, and I start doing these mental gymnastics. If I just go back, then I can have the faith rebuilt. But until I do, I've lost the spirit,
And certainly
so it was
there are blessings to that life. And I will say full-heartedly that, were we to go back into the waters of baptism and just go back into that life, I certainly think that there is some level of fulfillment. But I also think that we're keenly aware now of a different level of fulfillment that we would also have to sacrifice to make. It's not an easy choice. And I can see why people choose to stay. And I also feel okay right now with taking a big, fat, long sabbatical for a time. And so, we just slowly, as that fear wore off and as we started to find a new rhythm for our Sundays especially, and to be honest, as we felt reopened, like we had almost, that experience of saying we're coming back reconciled us. And so it reopened the communication a little bit with some people. And so it was almost like, instead of cutting this part of our lives off, we just stepped away from it. But I feel comfortable any Sunday, and I have been back on several Sundays with the kids to sit in there, because that is and will always be a portion of my home. So I feel grateful for that. And I feel like that for us was a healthy, healing place to be.
The comeback that we've sort of announced, and I expressed to Brooke, I was concerned as we drove to Utah. I said, can we please not say anything to my parents or my family unless we're going to go back for sure? And so because I thought it's too sensitive, it can be.
Yeah, we didn't want to play.
We didn't want to play with people's emotions, or we wanted to be genuine and thoughtful. But now, sitting in this place now, I can see that I think some healing came because of that. And it was part of our journey. It was part of our story. But we're not in a place, I'm not personally, where I can make that commitment again. And I'm not sure that I ever will be. I'm not where I'm at right now. And my wife, she, as you have heard, she speaks openly and often about God. And I feel I have maybe different feelings about that than her, and we're not on the exact same page as far as how we view God and that idea, but I think we both also felt a control, and it was very subtle, but it was almost like, you can come back, but only under our terms and our circumstances. And the bishop repeatedly asked for requests to meet with us. And I finally said, Bishop, we don't really feel like we need to meet. If we need to, I'll let you know. But I started to feel these pangs again of...
You were being correlated.
We're being correlated in that the church is very much about controlling. And then again, all those red flags go up. Is that how we want our kids to be raised? Do we want our kids to be correlated as we were and indoctrinated as we were, so that they might have to go through this same thing? And anyway, where we're at right now is no. We, at least, I don't know if I can speak for both of us, but we don't plan on going back or being rebaptized.
Well,
but
going back, yes. We'll go on any
Sure.
given Sunday.
But what I've been very open with people and saying, I haven't ruled that out, because I think there would be some hypocrisy in me saying, on one hand, that I was bothered by this superlative statement of absolute truth and certainty, and then to leave that for absolute certainty on another hand. I'm open to learning, to knowledge, and the possibility that I might be wrong.
Yeah, which is why, I think that one of the best parts, early in this process, I was talking to a PR manager of one of my blogging programs, and I remember him saying, you have the right to ask these questions. And that almost surprised me, because no one had ever given me permission to ask questions. And so I've kind of taken that on as like an invitation to a spiritual journey. And so I think that one of the best parts of a spiritual journey is when there's mystery and suspense and surprise, and you end up surprising yourself. I know that Jana Rice surprised herself. She ended up being Mormon when she never saw that in her future. And I think that we have to allow ourselves the right to surprise ourselves. And so that's why it would surprise me, but not surprise me if 15 years down the road, we decide that our only home has been Mormonism and we go back. And maybe it won't, but I want to stay open to that mystery. And
Yeah.
So we've now talked about your loss of faith, your resignation, your thoughts about returning, and where you are now. Now I would like to sort of really shift gears for a moment away from your stories. Now that both of you, Brooke and John, have had a chance to reflect on what you taught for the church education system, the CES curriculum, what you taught in seminary, what you taught in institute, what you taught at EFY. We want this to be constructive, right? My hope would be that someone somewhere, other seminary teachers, other institute teachers, the church education system, I'm dreaming here, but the people will actually take a chance to listen to your story and find out things that they can learn to make the church a better place, to make CES a better place, to make Seminary Institute a better place. So what I'd like to do is take some time to just list. The first one is going to sound like we're being critical, but that is not the intent. But I want to explore teachings that you, or more importantly, just CES in general, or just church curriculum, things that are taught that you believe are damaging, that are hurting people. We don't need to drill too much into any one, but I just want to go through and list all the areas that, and this can be through the way that we can talk conceptually about the way that we teach about epistemology and thinking and feeling and the spirit and how things can be known. We can talk about historical issues where false things are taught or things are left out. We can talk about doctrinal things. I want to get to the two levels of what you all knew as CES instructors, but then what you were teaching and the disparity between that sometimes. And then the cultural messages that are taught or encouraged. And then even some of the object lessons that are used and how sometimes those can be damaging. I want to just boom, 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 list all those with then the intent of saying, okay, now that we've said where we see harm being done or things being left out or inaccuracies being perpetuated, then we'll shift constructively to how could CES do a better job and do its job in a way to hurt less people and to help more people.
Sure. Okay.
So let's start with the laundry list.
Okay. Well, conceptually, I think maybe just that one of the things that I think is harmful is not so much of what's being said, but I guess maybe a sin of omission and what's being left out. Let me take, for example, what I would call elitism. And one of the things that I've heard, and you've probably heard this as well, is that, Mormons are fond of saying something to the effect of, I've never once sat in a class where we have belittled another church or gone to a lesson where we have been mean, and yet there's all these other churches that have firesides and seminars about Mormonism, how to combat it, this influence of Mormonism. But I don't think that's true. And in my seminary classrooms, I might say things, if I was talking about another church, specifically, I would leave out the name of the church, even though, I might say something like, as you know, students, there are churches that believe that you should baptize children, and they practice, and there's always some 14-year-old guy who's going to go, that's the Catholics, Brother McLay, or something like that. But I would try really hard not to specifically say, let me cut to the chase. The point is, backhandedly, we are sending the message that we're the best, that it's us versus them. Whether we come out and say, they're bad, this is wrong, don't be like them by name, we are, without question, in the church right now and in the curriculum, putting us up like this and therefore them down like this. Now, some of my colleagues might disagree with that, and they might say, passionately, and they would be right, some of my closest friends are members of other faiths, and don't you know we have BYU professors that are on these faith councils and all of these things, but the message of the curriculum is one true church, us versus them. I think that's damaging.
Yeah, I think also there's a huge focus on emotion is how we make decisions, emotion and sheer obedience. And so some of just the logical thinking skills are really stinted because these kids are, you know, and I think that most members of the church are pushed into a system where we always know that the answer is the church is true, and therefore everything will tell us that the church is true. Any question that you have should align with prophets, and so
You start with the conclusion.
yes. And so rather than saying, we want to help you gain skills for your spiritual journey, there's a very, very tight wall that you have to stay within to make that spiritual journey okay, which of course makes it a very narrow space of thought. And so for any of the kids who are struggling, doubting, worrying, concerned, John had a student come up with him about a question with evolution, and you know, John said that he could just tell that this kid had been tormented and had really been trying to think through it within the context. And rather than praising them for having original thoughts or even doubts or being skeptical in any way, that's immediately closed down. And I
Although
do think that there's...
I said,
Yeah.
it sounds like you've been thinking a lot, and I encourage you to continue doing
But that wouldn't be the normal.
No, I don't
was
think, not
assumption.
for you.
No, it wouldn't be,
Wouldn't
because
have
that was on
been.
May 22nd of this year, and this
The
was a
thought
cadet
would
at the
have
Air Force
been,
Academy, and
yeah.
he was trying to wrap his mind around what
I'm just
he
saying in
believed.
CES,
Yeah,
if,
that-
Yeah,
if
that's
the average
not-
kid goes to the average teacher and says,
No.
I'm really struggling with evolution,
No.
the
Right.
average response would be,
The brethren have said, the First
Right.
Presidency has said, here's where you can read about it.
Or maybe, yeah, I believe in evolution, but
What
along
did the
with all of
scriptures
this
say?
too.
Always
Right.
back to the scriptures. If I had $1 for every time I was reminded to keep the doctrine pure or to stick with the curriculum or told that the curriculum had been approved by the First Presidency, I had one colleague that would say, this stuff has been on the desk of the First Presidency. Now, literally or metaphorically, the idea was this is what we teach. And so there wasn't a lot of room for, there's really no room for deviation.
I think one of my big concerns too is that because of the rigorous system, the rigorous pathway to become a CES teacher, a lot of original thinkers are weeded out of the process. And so what happens is you have these great people that are teaching really good lessons and they're doing a good job of it. But when a youth comes to them and says, I have a doubt or I have a legitimate concern, what you're not doing is creating a space for that to be safe. And so, you know, I feel like in that way, sometimes we're doing disservice to our youth rather than saying, all right, doubt is a natural part of life and, you know, that's okay. You can have a doubt. We say, don't doubt, don't doubt. And, you know, we saw that even as recently as General Conference where doubting is shame, shame, shame on you. And so, yeah, I feel like just that whole process of choosing a CES teacher, while there are certainly varying personalities,
Oh, yeah.
there is a very narrow
Well, and
space of thought.
I want to say, one of the things that I give credit to CES for is that I perceived during my time in there a constant desire to change and to get better and to evolve. However, it's a difficult thing for me to process because at the same time there was also this kind of idea that that we were kind of bulletproof, like this is the Lord's work and this is the true church, and so we're not going anywhere. You know, your job is secure, and we had an administrator once come to us and speak to us at an area conference, where if I remember correctly, the way that he phrased it, he was referring to our influence as seminary and institute teachers for youth in the church, that demographic, 14 to 18 for seminary, 18 to 30, and I think the phrase he used was, you're the only game in town. I mean, we were made to feel incredibly important.
in terms of what? The only game in town in terms
Keeping kids faithful, helping
of
them
in the
with
church.
their testimony.
The only game in
Right.
town in the church.
That we were making, and I want to go back to something Brooke said, because I think some of my colleagues will watch this, and I think that will be a good thing. I don't want to say that in CES there are no thinkers, or that there are
No.
you know as well as I do, incredibly bright, articulate, deep men
And kind.
and kind, that then some of these colleagues are their intellects are far superior than mine. But this isn't a question of intellect. This is, to me, and I'm going back to your initial question, where's the harm done? The harm is done in the dishonesty, in the way that the history and the doctrines are presented as opposed to what they really are. To me, that's damaging to the psyche of a young person. Why is it that a 40-something-year-old bishop will resign from being a bishop, or let's say a 52-year-old man or woman suddenly gets this information and goes, are you sure that's true? You know, there's all these things like, really? And you can say, yeah, it's in the Journal of Discourses, or let me give you a reference. You can get this at Deseret Book or whatever. And then they receive that, and there's this, and I'm coming back to CES with this. That's not what I learned in seminary. That's not what my seminary and institute teacher told me. I heard the Joseph Smith story. I mean, I don't know how many times I've shared that story of whether it's the first vision or his life or his marriages or polygamy. I think that it's not being presented accurately and honestly.
Yes, and you know what? In the words of Tim Minchin, I think that I've kind of, for me, he says,
he's great.
You know, his problem with churches is they teach children to feel ashamed and to judge things as plain right or wrong. And I think that for me, that's the essence, is that underlying some of these really great lessons is this feeling like if there is a problem that where your faith is not enough, it's your problem.
Right.
And so there's a lot of shaming in that way, a lot of focus on outward appearances, even though Jesus Christ himself said that we focus on the heart. And just this concept that things can be plain right or wrong. And so, you know, I know that John in his own classes has had concerns with gay students that are not being embraced, and that is it's a terrible way to grow up, to not be embraced. And if there's any place you should be embraced, it's within a group of people who are seeking to be Christian. So for me, you know, I think that the specific lessons are nice. Some of them teach really great ideas
Yeah,
and
no question.
lessons on courage, and they help you. You know, you're a myth lover. When you can be placed in a myth, that's powerful, but coming clean and telling you that you're being placed in, you know, it's different for me to imagine that I'm Cinderella than I am being told literally going to be something that perhaps is not necessarily founded by actual historical information.
Right. Okay.
When I was on the High Council, approximately 10 years ago, Elder L. Tom Perry came to speak to our stake. And he met with the High Council beforehand, and I was very young. I was 28 when I was called to be on a High Council, and I was still fairly new. We went around the table to introduce everybody that was present at the meeting, and when the stake president introduced me, he said, and this is our CES man. This is our seminary principal. Now, the other CES man at the time was in the stake presidency, so he was sitting right up there with Elder Perry. This is Brother McLay. He's the seminary principal, and Elder Perry looked at me and without hesitation said, he said something like, well, hello, Brother McLay. It's very nice to meet you. When are you going to join the church like the rest of us? And I kind of had this uneasy chuckle, like, what does he mean? You know, and I'm taking copious notes and I have this, I still have these notes. When are you going to join the church? And everybody, it was kind of an uneasy chuckle, but it's interesting to me that he would say that, and there has been a discussion in CES for as long as I have been in it, saying that, and this has been a big push of recent years, the priesthood leads this church, and I think that there was a recognition that maybe CES has sort of taken the reins of developing testimonies, in a way that maybe isn't healthy, and that you've got CES here and the church here, and we need to be united.
So you think Elder Perry had concerns about CES?
Personally, I think he may have. Otherwise, why say that? Where did that come from? I can't read his mind, but that was a very interesting comment, and maybe he was just trying to be.
I'll just say that in my interview with Terrell Gibbons, basically the comment was, if I remember it correctly, is that CES is destroying the church.
Yeah, I think he said that the curriculum is an abomination or something.
I don't know if it was that strong, but
he used a big word.
I don't want to misquote him, but the sentiment was that CES is doing damage.
I think that you're right, because I listened to that podcast twice, as a matter of fact, and I think you've hit the spirit of it was that there needs to be a major overhaul, and that until that happens, we're going to continue to see, and I agree with this, we are going to continue to see people who are taught one thing in a certain way based on this curriculum, who then later on in life discover what really happened or a different story or a different way of looking at it, and it blows their mind, especially when the beloved prophets like Gordon B. Hinckley say there is no middle ground.
And my understanding is that Marlon Jensen, the member of the Quorum of the 70, feels this similarly.
Which is so funny
Interesting.
because in CES, I can honestly say that I felt like, and I still kind of feel this way, that like what you get in CES is like the real undiluted truth. Like we are gathering all of the doctrine and we are putting it together, and we're going to talk about some of the history that you won't hear on a Sunday. So it's a really fascinating dichotomy to hear it spoken of that way, and I can see both sides.
So let's continue, just if we can, this sort of lightning round of listing the things that are damaging.
You bet.
Yeah, what
Maybe
else do you have?
I would say that the insistence on the sacrifice for seminary and the demonization of a student who would rather take orchestra or math or something else, there's a lot of guilt, I think, perpetuated if that they don't want to take seminary. Brooke and I talked a little bit about, we think modesty is good, but that sometimes it
becomes too much of a focus.
yeah.
Modesty,
Yeah.
dressing.
Let me tell you from a CES perspective, I have some colleagues that were able to find a way to approach maybe a young woman who was wearing a low-cut blouse and make a statement regarding that. But I felt like my hands are tied here. I am not going to say anything out of line or inappropriate or in any way suggestive, even though, so you'd refer repeatedly to the Strength of the Youth pamphlet, and like, even J. Reuben Clark said in that hallmark address to church educational employees that we don't want to sneak up behind them and whisper religion in their ears. Yet I felt like I often had to do that. Like I couldn't be direct because it would be offensive or inappropriate, and I tried very hard to live the standards with.
And what's wrong with focusing on, what's the downside of focusing too much on modesty? Just briefly.
Well, I feel like sometimes what you focus on is what they focus on, and so what you get are two extremes: either the kids who are trying to draw attention to themselves by being immodest, or the people who are so uber modest that they feel guilt, or rather than it being essentially a non-issue or just a small side note to a good healthy choice for self-esteem or whatever.
Yeah.
When it becomes some aspect of your spirituality, I don't know that
I
don't
can
know
address
that my
this specifically in relation to EFY. The standards for participants have become more and more rigid over the years, and I've struggled with that because my feeling is they should become less and less rigid.
And what are they now?
Young men must have their hair cut above their ears to the point of if they show up on the day of registration and it's not appropriate, they cannot come. Whether they've paid or not, there are people there to give them a haircut on the spot, or the leaders will
What else?
take
Girls'
them down.
skirts to the
Girls'
knees.
skirts have to go to the knees. We had a leader in our stake who criticized flip-flop wearing in church, which I just think is ridiculous, and that can be off-putting for people
no
that are.
straps, like no tank tops or anything. You've got to have a sleeve.
Anything about
So-
earrings?
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
with the one earring.
Just one pair
Yeah.
of earrings.
And again, I think that in some ways that can be a good thing because you create a distinctive Mormon appearance, and so you feel some camaraderie because everybody's in this together. But at the same time, that is setting us apart. Again, it kind of pushes this us versus them
It's hard to
mentality.
imagine Christ saying, "Wearest thou only onest pair of earrings?"
Yeah.
Or
Especially since
"Wearest
he was,
not thou sandals?"
especially,
It's hard to
especially
imagine.
since he was
or Christ
embracing
saying,
the prostitute.
Cutteth thine
Yeah.
hair, cutteth thine hair to an appropriate
Although
length.
my hair beeth long, thou shalt not have.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not have facial hair like mine.
And I understand.
Right? I mean, it's
It is.
Right, it is.
Well,
And that-
especially because, again, I think some of the most powerful stories of the Christ message
Are
where he embraces the prostitute, allows the woman with the issue of blood, the lepers. This is
the
I
sinners,
felt
the
like-
this is who
publicans.
should be
Yeah.
embraced.
I felt like as a CES employee, as a teacher, as an EFY director and stuff, there was too much effort to try to control young people. Instead of saying, let them be and allow them to develop and grow as they will. And obviously there needs to be standards. If you're going to do certain things in a youth camp setting, we're going to send you home because they're against the law, they're hurtful or whatever. But that kind of control of you can't do this and you must do this and it has to be this way. Another thing I would add, and this is in CES, but maybe generally in the church, is that fatalism kind of end of the world kind of. The world is really bad. There's really a lot of evil out there, and we must be guarded against the. I remember graphs and charts. I think Elder Pinnock spoke to us once years ago, and I brought my notes. I don't know why, because I was going through some boxes recently, but one of the charts on there shows this idea that the church has a standard and is kind of getting better, but the rest of the world is going down. And I remember a member of a stake presidency saying the Lord's standard stays the same and the rest of the world is going down, and we can't be the kind of members who are just a little bit better than what the rest of the world is doing. We have to keep our standards. To me, that's damaging in that it says, again, you are better than other people, and you have to stay being better than other people because look how bad everybody and everything is getting.
Right.
That kind of end of the world mentality.
Let's stick together. And I think just along those same lines, I believe it was Tal Bachman who had written an article about how really when you look at over time, our morality as a society, we have more safety, more health. We really are
women's rights,
incredible.
Minority rights.
Sure.
So,
we are increasing in morality
less
as
war,
a whole.
more democracy.
Yeah.
Less
the health and wealth of the world has gone up in every nation in the last 100 years.
Without retreating or retracting.
There are good things that are happening, and I felt like that even though we used quotes in the curriculum, like we would talk about President Hinckley saying what a great time it is to be alive, and isn't it great? It was always with this idea that, but it's greater if you're a member. And it's the greatest for us because we have this special thing and we must be the recruiters of everyone else or else they can't be completely happy.
And it is a great thing.
It is. With kindness and respect, I think that was done. But I can also see now from where I sit the damage that can be done in that kind of elitist us versus them mentality.
Well, and I recognize that people, if your coworkers do watch this, and we do love you, by the way, but I think that there is some concern for me over just the literalism of the Book of Mormon, because, as when you are where we are, and you get to a point where, okay, so our 8-year-old son, when I said, kids, we want to talk to you about a few things that we're a little bit concerned about within the church that are not making sense. And from the back of the car pipes up my 8-year-old and he says, like Adam and Eve, as if 2 white people could make all of these people. And I thought, oh my gosh, my 8-year-old, who was never allowed to say anything, is starting to feel some disconcertment there. So I feel like there are some things that had to happen in the Old Testament, for instance, the Tower of Babel, to make the Book of Mormon real. And so when you have to take everything completely literally, or it's your fault that you're not seeing the emperor in his clothes, to me that's a dangerous play. Again, this either it's all true or none of it is, because what you're setting these kids up for is saying, well, these flesh and blood people in my life are good, but some of this is uncomfortable or not making sense. And so you create this dichotomy where they're not allowed to pick and choose. And I think that it's not always a safe way, again, for them to explore their own faith or their own understandings. And so you create this big, fat, horrible life thing that can happen. So I do have some concerns about just the literalism of the Book of Mormon, that we could teach some of those lessons for the aspect of the lesson.
But as soon as you go to, hey, this book might be good allegory, it loses its appeal, and it's no longer the most correct book and the keystone of our religion and all those things if it's just allegorical and not historical. Let me give you another one and that comes to my mind that's specific to CES. They kind of, whether it means to or not, but it creates these go-to men and sometimes women, but not very often, that are kind of heroes and elevated. So as hard as I tried not to, when I would go to EFYs or as the seminary teacher, people would look to you with respect, and they kind of would revere you. I mean, I used to joke that I could go to EFY and it wouldn't matter what I would say, the kids would applaud or be responsive. I could burp the alphabet and they would be like, Brother McLay, you know. I mean, they were really kind, and also I was riding on the coattails of the established organization and a very wonderful program that EFY is, but in many ways. I don't know that there's a way to get around that. I don't ever recall sitting in a gospel doctrine class where if somebody said, "Where's that scripture?" or "What's that doctrine?" heads would turn. Brother McLay, like I'm the go-to guy. And I used to joke with my students and with ward members that I would say I have an answer to every question you can ask me. There's not a gospel question I can't answer. I said more than half the time my answer is I don't know, but feel free to ask me anything, because I was unashamed to say I don't know, but at the same time, as I look back, if I'm being honest about my representation of the church and its history and the doctrines and all of these things, I was guarded. I wasn't gonna call it not casting pearls before swine, but these specific issues of polygamy and polyandry and the Book of Abraham and blood atonement and the Adam God theory, they never came into my classroom in the way that I personally studied them, because it would not have been accepted. I would have lost my job. I'm going to be just candid about saying that if I would have taught the things the way that I now view them, that is the history and the doctrine, it would have been tantamount to apostasy, and I would not have had my job. I would have been reprimanded or pulled from the classroom or fired. And that's a problem, because this is our history. This is what it was. And we can debate all over back and forth about, yeah, but is it? And don't we want to reflect the spirit of goodness? And what is the church really about? But when it comes down to it, I think one of the greatest disservices that, whether it's meant to happen, and I don't think it's malicious, but we're not representing accurately in CES what the church really is, because either it's glossed over or brushed right past, and you get, like at an EFY, emotion really reigns supreme. And so there's this wave of emotion that you just ride through the week, and it's incredibly, it brings you together, it's bonding, and testimonies are born. And I felt it myself. People make big decisions based on that 1 week experience. But at the same time, and I'm not saying why would you have a conference to try to talk people out of their faith? That would be silly. Did you have anything else on the list that?
No, I'm afraid I should have more opinions.
What about just relying on emotion?
Yeah, I think that
we talked about that a bit.
Yeah, and I think that
the way you encourage a testimony.
Yes.
Right. They're very.
I do have something to say about that.
Okay,
but go ahead. If you...
Well, no, I just feel like because that was so the way that I was trained, I saw nothing wrong with it. And of course, I think as a woman that reliance on emotion comes very naturally. But now, of course, I will be, in experiences with my own children, I can look back and see that some of the choices that we made based on emotion and obedience were perhaps not the best. Did blessings come? Yes. Blessings often come from our choices if we're looking for those blessings. But I feel like, again, back to rational thinking muscles, there's just some aspect of allowing those rational thinking muscles to develop in a way and encouraging that and putting our trust, again, when we had contacted a variety of people who have really helped us with our faith experience, they never offered us the answer, but they always offered us their trust in our capabilities. And I don't think that we do that enough with our youth. We don't offer them our trust in their abilities to make choices for themselves, to view the world with realistic lens, to try on and make mistakes. I have an absolute fear of mistakes still because I wanted to be perfect. And so I think that allowing that and actually encouraging it in some ways.
There's a problem with that, though.
I know.
More and more people would leave. I'm being very candid here.
Totally
that if we were completely open, let me just tell you that last year, one of the seminary teachers, who was one of my former colleagues, taught that while translating the Book of Mormon, Joseph Smith put his head in a hat with a stone, and the plates weren't even present. He taught that because it's not in the seminary manual, but it is briefly mentioned in the institute manual. And so he felt like he was on safe ground bringing that into the classroom. A question came up, and he kind of mentioned it in passing. Father of a student was at his house either that night or the next day saying, basically, how dare you teach something to my son that could damage his faith and his testimony of the church, and kind of raked him over the coals. To me, that's an example. There's a problem there. If Joseph Smith really did that, which he did, and that was part of the process, then we need to get that information out there and then let people decide for themselves. If just do a cost-benefit analysis with actual information, do I stay and commit my life to this, or perhaps am I going to make a different decision and move in a different direction?
Right.
But you said something, John, about testimony and developing. The entire structure of as I see it and saw it, of CES, was what I would call the Moroni perspective. It is all true. The church is true. Joseph was a prophet. The Book of Mormon is true. And you eventually will figure it out, and we're here to help you. So take your journey, warm your hands on the flame of my testimony or whatever, but pray about it, but you're going to come to a knowledge that it's true. So the base assumption is that everything that we say and that we teach is true. And if you're not realizing that and you're not coming to it, the problem is yours. It's that cliche that the people in the church are not perfect, but the church is perfect. Just the church. I'm telling you, that needs to change. We need to be able to start saying the church is not perfect and the people are not perfect. There's issues with both of these parties, and I don't know that CES, for obvious reasons, if their focus is to strengthen the testimony of youth to be true believing members of the church and to serve missions and get married in the temple. And I will tell you that is the teaching emphasis. Christ is at the forefront, testimony of Christ, believing in Christ. But family, missions, temple marriage, all of these things that we've been correlated to accept as our fundamental beliefs are what we perpetuate and teach in CES. I was good at what I did, and I was good at helping people to develop testimonies and to feel emotion. Maybe that's why I'd have people come up and like from the ward and say, Brother McLay, give me some of your best tear-jerking talks. And I'd say, what do you mean? The kind that when you just get everybody feeling, I need something to really elicit emotion.
And connect the dots for us. So you whip up emotion, then what?
Well, and then I'd add my testimony. First of all, not just emotion, but I build a relationship of trust. If they look to me and say, I trust him, or even I love him, and he makes me laugh, and he's an articulate, kind person who seems to enjoy his life and be very happy, then I nail him with, and I know the church is true, and I bear that testimony. And
you make them feel the emotion.
Absolutely. And when the emotion is very much there.
The emotion is, I think, as I mentioned earlier, we explain the emotion to be connected to equal the church is true. So whether it's a moment of I'm losing something scary, I'm feeling something wonderful, all of these things equal the church is true, rather than I'm feeling highly emotional, so maybe I need to think through and understand why I'm feeling this way.
For me, in my journey, emotion works for everybody, Mormons and non-Mormons. And so when you go to the macro perspective and you say, why does somebody who's Muslim believe what they believe, or Jehovah's Witness, or whatever? This is where I take issue with religion in general. If you don't think emotions involved for them, you're crazy. Of course it is. Of course they feel emotion that helps. It leads to confirmation bias, I think, for saying, oh good, now that I've cried, now that I've felt this, then this thing must be true. What he's telling me must be true. Doesn't matter the faith, really, in my
Okay,
opinion.
well, and I have a different take on that, because I believe that some of these emotions that we have as human beings and some of these spiritual experiences, we don't always have a perfect language to explain them. And so I feel that religion is the way that other people have pulled together a language for some of those feelings. So I don't always think it's bad. I definitely think it can be preyed upon.
I hope I didn't come across that way.
No, I'm just saying.
Also, I was not a manipulator. It's not like I went, aha, emotion.
I mean, there is truth. There is
I
truth to those
was,
emotions.
Yeah, I was trying to teach and inspire.
It's important to give a space for those emotions, but they can be manipulated for sure. And so I think that it's important to, not say, because you felt the Spirit that one time, you therefore should pay tithing for the rest of your life and never change your mind ever, 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 regardless of how old you are, or God will hate you. For me, that's the problem. And
The leap.
Right. And so to say, in this moment, this language brought you peace and helped you find a way to express that emotion, I think that is a wonderful thing. But, it becomes dangerous when you have to be locked into that system forever.
There was a thrust a few years ago that was articulated to us this way in CES. We need to find a way to get the information that we are teaching our students from the head to the heart. Now, the heart is often referred to as the center of, it's the organ that pumps blood through your body. That's what I believe now. But, in literature and in scriptures, and the heart is the feeling center. It is what you feel. So in essence, I would say that what we were being told was, and again, this is me looking at it now, but young people, and this was said, they understand, they know the right answers, they can checklist and tell you, even quote scripture, but it's not in their heart. And so we were trying to perpetuate feelings or emotion in relation to these bits of knowledge and information. But I feel like the emphasis in doing that discounted the importance and the relevance of intellectual curiosity and studying things on a level where you just critically think. Critical thinking is almost absent in CES. Now, that's a harsh thing for me to say, but what I mean is the student-teacher relationship, as much as we discuss and we ask questions and we analyze, it always comes back to, what does the manual say? What does the scripture say? And to me, it's not truly critical thinking. Now, I feel like I should say that there's a culture behind the scenes in CES that's also relevant and maybe a little bit damaging. And that is, imagine if all you did all day, every day was study the gospel, pretty much. Your conversations with your colleagues would probably go pretty deep, and they did. And so, try to imagine some of the conversations in the temple that we would have, and discussions about obscure doctrines and just taking things to really deep levels. And as much as I would try not to feel special about such conversations, I did. I felt like I had knowledge that maybe other people didn't, but that in the classroom it was never my place to dispense that knowledge, because that might be pearls before swine, milk before meat. Was that the talk by Brother Millett? Milk before meat, but meat. And so there was always this feeling that the meat will come, but it's not your job to just throw those slabs of meat out there. You got to let people discover on their own. Keep it simple, keep it basic, fundamental teachings, testify. We were told to share our testimony at the end of every single lesson, and even bear testimony upon the individual principles that we would teach as we were going through a lesson. And that, I think, we did very well.
What were some of the, without explaining them too much, what are some of the beliefs behind the scenes by CES employees and instructors that you wouldn't share?
Yeah.
Just a couple, just highlight.
That you wouldn't share except for here.
I'm going to get in trouble.
No, you wouldn't share
colleagues.
with the students.
Oh, yeah.
Multiple mortal probations was a big one in my area.
So a lot of CES people believe that what?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say a lot of
believe.
CES people believe, but several of my colleagues in the circles that I discuss these things in believe that there is multiple mortalities.
Because there were references to such in some obscure quotes.
Well,
So almost reincarnation.
Kind of, yeah, along those lines. Let me think of some other ones that, nothing's coming
Polygamy?
to my head. I do recall some discussions of polygamy being required for salvation, and the time at which when the church would have to come to accept that this is going to be, because as I believe you know, Brigham Young very clearly said this is something that will be required for those who go to the celestial kingdom. And the church no longer teaches that, and it's nowhere to be found in our curriculum. But yes, polygamy.
I think some...
And there are different
Joseph
opinions, I
Smith.
should say. Not everybody wholesale just said, oh yes, I believe in multiple mortal probations. Just last year and a half ago, we were driving home from a meeting, and this topic came up, and there were 4 of us in the car, and one of the brethren in there, one of my colleagues who had been in CES a little bit less than the rest of us, had never heard of this, and it blew him away. I mean, this is my perception of his reaction. It was very difficult, and he said as much. The next day I remember him saying, I had a hard time sleeping last night, and I'm trying to wrap my mind around this. But there are some pretty strong convictions of doctrines like that.
I think you discussed Adam God theory for a while. just
to let
in
it
trying
go.
to understand that with some of your colleagues?
Well, one of my colleagues, when I was discussing it, Adam God theory, studying it, blood atonement, he said, when I was a young seminary teacher, I studied the same thing, and it was so disturbing to me that I had to put it away, and that would be my advice to you. And at the time, I was like, absolutely, what great advice. I'm just going to push it to the side. And later, I look back on it now, and I think, how could something that a prophet of God taught and recorded, and even in the temple taught, be something that is so disturbing to my spirit? But again, I blamed myself. I didn't have enough faith. I wasn't spiritual enough. But
let me ask you this. I remember a conversation I had with Mark McConkie Jr., so the guy who's my age, who's the son of the stake president that you were talking about, grandson of Bruce R. McConkie.
Yes, great family.
And I was talking to Mark about Mormon doctrine sort of, being phased out. And recently, a year or two ago, Deseret Book actually stopped selling it.
Yeah.
And but at the time, before it had been phased out, I was talking to him about the changes that they asked Bruce R. McConkie to make. And he said this little thing kind of with a warm but gentle smirk. And the sentiment that he conveyed was the changes that they made to Mormon doctrine weren't changed because they were false. The changes were made because people were made uncomfortable by them. And the decision was made that we didn't want to make people uncomfortable. Right. But we absolutely, as a family, still believe that whatever my grandpa wrote in that book is still the gospel, is still doctrine. And my sentiment is that CES is the last bastion of the guardians of Joseph Fielding Smith, Bruce R. McConkie
That's
dogma.
a great way to put it.
Is that true?
Yeah, my Mormon doctrine book probably had more markings and bookmarks in it than almost any other text that I had outside of my scriptures, which were thoroughly marked, because I did believe that. But I believed in that doctrine.
You believed that, and CES believes that, because that's what we were taught as children.
That's right.
And so what you have is a whole generation of highly correlated teachers that are, again, incredible teachers, incredibly good people for whom the system is working.
Yeah, and why would we ever have reason to doubt an apostle, a prophet, seer, and revelator, even though it was written before he was? It was so clearly in the manuals, quoted in our curriculum, and backed up by the church, and published and reprinted multiple times, that I had no reason to doubt that. I clung to it. I taught from it.
So this is the dilemma, because when Gordon B. Hinckley's with Larry King, and Larry King says, what about polygamy? And President Hinckley's like, I don't know that we teach it, I don't know that we emphasize it.
Right.
Or no. He said polygamy is not doctrine. And then when Time Magazine asks him about theosis, about can man become a god, he says, I don't know that we teach it. I don't know that we emphasize it. It was just a couplet.
Yeah, King followed.
And the fact that the church has phased out Mormon doctrine, it's pretty clear that at the top level that we're distancing ourselves from most of our distinctive doctrines that have sort of that so many of us were raised upon. But it seems like CES hasn't gotten the memo.
Right.
Like they're still believers in all those things that the church leadership is distancing itself from.
Right.
The main backbone of education for the church is perpetuating and encouraging the dogma that is so damaging.
Right. I don't know that I've gotten the memo yet. I mean, I absolutely agree, but I don't think that memo has still come to me through, it's almost like all of these things are being created to make a really nice package, but what this package that has already been created in my mind, in my indoctrination from the time I was a child, that's not going anywhere. And so it becomes a very confusing mix where all of these men who have been so true to their gospel are just trying to disseminate information that they've had to make sense of in their own mind. And so when the curriculum changes and the emphasis changes, I think that you continue to try to do that while still bringing along with you the package of everything that you've had to make sense of already.
Yeah. So, I'm just trying to imagine.
Yeah, it's interesting.
How many thousands of CES and Institute instructors do you think there are?
About 2,500 worldwide, I'd say.
I'm trying to imagine the church leadership going to these 2,500 people and saying, all that stuff that you used to believe and that you taught for 10, 20, 25 years?
It's gone.
It's not true. Stop teaching that garbage.
It would be nice if they said
how devastating would it be if a third of those people
Right.
lost their testimonies or
Right.
became angry or were pushed towards fundamentalism because they
Right.
saw the church going weak.
Right.
And so
Yeah.
I can imagine from
It's
the
a
church's
mess.
perspective, maybe Boyd K. Packer's over CES, I don't know, so that it's being protected, but maybe the thought of radicalizing or damaging the faith of this core group of instructors
Yeah.
is so terrifying to the church
That's
leadership that
interesting.
that they can only dribble it out over 3 generations.
Right. If that's the case, they don't see it. In other words, and I don't mean that to be like arrogant, because what I mean is they try very much not to make decisions based on fear. In CES, don't take counsel from your fears and try to have faith. But I thought of some more doctrines because you asked me specifically about some things that we talk about behind the scenes, and 3 more popped into my mind. One is that there are an increasing number of people, in my estimation, that believe in evolution and that are trying to find quotes and ways to work that in, but the curriculum doesn't allow for that. That the curse of the dark skin might not have been, trying to work through that one. And what was the third one that I thought of? Oh, this most recently at a meeting I was at not too long ago, that the lands of the Book of Mormon may be North America and not South America. These are the kinds of things that are kicked around in hot tubs in meetings that we go to, to train ourselves and stuff, where we're just chilling, we're just talking and
Because you're trying to make sense of it all.
I think for me, and I remember in this last meeting that I was in, I was kind of throwing out some of just testing the waters a little bit with Joseph and Carthage and history, and I was actually surprised to have some of these men fire back and really say they were fully aware of this. But the sense in that, and it wasn't a hot tub, I wasn't kidding about that. We were, just hanging out under the stars. It was really nice with my colleagues, and no alcohol though at all. And they said that it was clear to me that they understood and that they knew the history, for the most part. But there was this: you don't even have to say it. We don't say it in the classroom. These are things we're talking about that are not going to go into the classroom. And that's disturbing to me because, again, how can we expect our students to think critically? I have a former student who I'm going to meet with next week, who I remember 12 years ago as sitting in my classroom in the Bible dictionary. Throughout, I think it was the Old Testament year, maybe New Testament, but he is flipping back and forth. And I remember sometimes him with angst, wanting to ask questions because he had doubts, he had questions, and sometimes feeling like, oh, I hope he doesn't ask that in the middle of class. Come to me after class. The last thing I want is for some really intelligent, thoughtful question about the probability of Noah's flood actually happening to pop up in class, because it's my job to maintain, to help develop faith. And anything that might take away from the development of somebody's testimony was to be put out and not to be accepted. And so there is a culture of, and I think that you've articulated it well, and I don't know. I guess I feel to say again that these are very qualified, capable, honest, good people whom I love, and I would never want my comments to be interpreted as me saying, "Oh my gosh, CES is so bad." But from where I sit now and what I've been through and the perspective that I now have, I would concur with Brother Givens and with those who might say this is not helping the church. That it is the longer we continue to do what CES is doing and what it's teaching, and the more people who know how to get on the internet and Google, the more we're going to see hemorrhaging. There's going to be a continual loss.
And yet, how in the world could the CES people start teaching the accurate history and have it not lead to mass defections?
And that's what I was saying when Brooke was, that's what I was going to say. That's the problem. If you are fully honest, I think the result is people go, what?
Well,
that's not what I've been told in primary. Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. I think that there are so many people who feel a loyalty to the church as an organization that to say, you guys, we're just going to come clean. First of all, you couldn't do it all in one sitting. Second of all, I think there's a huge percentage of these people who really don't care. For them, the church is about the sociality and the good feelings, and so I don't think that you would see like this mass, and because so many people place their trust in the organization. But I do also think that what you're seeing is a generation of kids, where I was thinking when John was talking, yeah, but we don't tell our kids everything because there are some things kids are ready for or not. But what we see is a generation so capable of not only acquiring information, but thriving on that worldview that we can no longer pander to them and pretend like they can't handle it. We need to be able to trust them, just as we finally, for the first time in our adult lives, had people say, you're allowed to ask these questions. We trust your capability to live your life and make choices with the advice of loving leaders, with the help, And so while I think that it would be certainly a different path, I don't think that you would see like mass leaving.
You don't?
No, I don't.
Okay, so here's the deal. So
I think you see a lot of people loyal to the church that would remain
create a
loyal.
lot of cognitive dissonance.
So if the church just said, from now on, we're going to teach the true unadulterated history in a faithful way with all the facts, and we'll start with the 14-year-olds, what do you think, inoculation-wise? Do you think that we would raise a whole new generation of people who never again felt betrayed and who just bought the story? I mean, you could argue that a breastplate and a Urim and Thummim is just as weird,
right.
or a stone in a hat is just as weird as a breastplate, and So do you think that the church could inoculate and then successfully emerge from the type of curriculum changes you're proposing?
Part of me does. One of my dearest friends who came out to see me after we made the announcement that we had resigned our membership, and he was one who I think responded maybe the best out of all the people that have responded. And he's a bishop right here in this town that we're in today. And he's just a wonderful, intelligent, bright human being. And he made the statement, we were talking about translation of the Book of Mormon and the Peepstone, and he said, if I remember correctly, it wouldn't matter to me if Joseph Smith was standing on his head eating peach yogurt. In other words, to me, that was like saying, you can be completely honest, and if people choose to believe, they can choose to believe. And I've actually asked myself this question. If I had been taught the true and complete and full history of the church, as I understand it to be in the church archives, in the Wilford Woodruff's journals and the Journal of Discourses and all these things, would I have remained? I think there's a better chance that I would have remained a member knowing it with full disclosure and giving me the opportunity to choose. There is I'm not saying I would, because some of it is, let's just be honest, it's out there. It's really hard, I think, to wrap around that. But I would have a better chance of staying than what it is now, which is from the time we're itty-bitty until we reach the adulthood. And for my generation, this is happening a lot in 30s and 40s. And then we go, what? There's something wrong. They told me this. They presented it as this. But I'm now looking into it and I'm saying this is not what I told. Those people, and I'm one of them, feel betrayed, and they feel like that's tantamount to dishonesty. That we need to be, if we're told to be honest in all our dealings with our fellow men, then why wouldn't the church do that? And I get the argument for put your best foot forward, milk before meat. And all these different cliches that we use and scriptures that we use to justify maybe holding back the full floodgates. But I do think that if the church, and again, people will feel differently about this, but I would agree, I think, with Terrell Givens that something needs to be done with the curriculum. What would happen if we rewrote it? How would it play out? I don't think we know. Initially, I think a lot of people would be shocked. Parents, I think, would be very upset because parents really have a trust they rely on you to help their child in these programs, in EFYs and seminary.
Yeah, because when 14, you're thinking, am I going to do drugs? Am I going to have sex?
That's
right.
And here the kids are going, Mom, is it true Joseph had 32 wives?
Right.
Did you know that? And some of them were married to other men.
Right.
Like, wow, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Now my girlfriend wants to sleep with me.
That's exactly. And the word of wisdom was revealed in 1832.
Joseph drank alcohol.
Right.
And
it
had
was
a
revealed in
still and
1832.
Had a bar in the Nauvoo house. My buddies wanted to drink alcohol with that.
Brigham Young was drinking even in Utah. And again, and I've said as much on this podcast, there are parts of the story where I could just go, look, he was human, so he fought for his life, so he drank, so he had weaknesses, but instead what is being presented through every CES curriculum, and I haven't even addressed the films, but I hope that that's implied, is a beautiful cinematography, just the cinematography and the music. I mean, it's top-notch stuff. I think the church has tons of money to throw at this. So why not use that money to perhaps create a truthful version with make it, you don't have to, it could be ugly, I think, if you portrayed some of these things the way that they really happened. I don't know. Now I'm starting to feel like I'm trying to sound like it's my duty to defend the church and to justify things that I just think were flat out wrong, and I don't. But you're asking me about CES, you're asking me about change, about the possibility of maybe keeping more people in and having less defection and things like that.
And for me, I feel like the real question is, can that change happen and also come along with the change that, for my first question is, well, to what end? So are we trying to keep these kids in so that they become temple members? Because we haven't even gone to the betrayal that I felt when I realized that I really was pushed into something without having a clue what I was promising. And if I hadn't have promised it, I wouldn't have gotten married. And so, I feel like, well, are we pushing toward a reality where Brandon Flowers is just as Mormon as Thomas S. Monson? Well, if that's the reality,
my favorite band.
Hugs, Brandon. I think that if that's the reality that we're pushing for, this broad, expansive, big tent Mormonism, then by all means, let's get it out on the table. But if we're just saying, we're going to tell you the whole story so that you don't have an excuse to not believe and be a temple recommend holder, period, the end.
Pay, pray, and
More
obey.
control.
Right.
Pay, pray, and obey.
To me, that's where the danger comes, is we have to be willing to be open and say, you know what, there are going to be different ways for different people to take this information, and all of the ways you can be sanctified in whatever way you choose.
Right.
Remove the stigmas that say, and these exist in CES and in the church, if you don't go on a mission, you're not a good person. If you don't get married in the temple, you're less than. Those things are very strong.
Have premarital sex, if
yes,
you drink.
that if you commit certain sins that you are just not as good as. And so the student that I mentioned in passing, he did get a mission call, he did go to the MTC, and then he came home. He couldn't deal with it. And the things I remember that were said about him, the speculation about...
Came home early.
Yes, he did. He left the
MTC,
and he just said, can't do it.
Why? Because...
And at the time, I thought... And I loved him, and he knows that I love him, and he actually recalls talking to me after, and I guess, I don't remember exactly, but I guess I said some good things, and they meant a lot to him, and I did my best not to judge. But I will tell you that the rumors that were being spread, the stigma that was immediately attached, he's probably gay, I'm sure he was committing terrible sins, it's ridiculous. That kind of stigma and that kind of manipulation and control is not healthy.
Well, and when after the fact, years after the fact, actually, we found out that he sat in the airport and wept, not because he had left, but because he was trying so hard to make it work in his head, because he knew he was going to bitterly disappoint his mom, but he didn't know how he could go forward. And, to me, a person like that who has received nothing but people's scorn actually deserves nothing but people's admiration. To have that level of integrity in the face of all of this pressure, we should be applauding that.
Right.
Yeah.
So we only have a few minutes left, unfortunately. Okay. Really quick, answer these briefly, very briefly.
Okay.
Quick.
He has to tell us that because we're
chattering.
No, you guys are awesome.
Sorry.
Everything you said is gold. How many other CES employees are where you were a few months ago? Is this something that, is this going to be a trend of CES people leaving the church? Answer that really briefly.
No.
I don't think so.
So you're unique.
I think in that regard. And
we are
unfortunately,
broken in their eyes.
I'm unique in that I lost faith, and in a negative way.
Okay.
I'm not held up on a pedestal in any way.
So you're not representing a trend.
I don't think so.
You don't think there's going to be an increasing amount of CES people that leave?
I don't know.
But if they are, we will be here for them. We will love them.
So here's my
I don't know of a single other man or woman in CES who feels as I felt. They haven't. If they are there, and there probably
They're
are,
not talking
because
about
just
it.
statistically there probably are, they haven't shared that with me.
Okay. What's the difference between you and them then?
We left.
Briefly. No, but what made you...
I'll say what you would say. It was a willingness to look at the whole package and go into it with the question, do I want to know if it's not true? And as soon as we said, we will, as I think it was Tyson who said this in the atheist one, I will go where the evidence leads me. That's the difference.
So
it's
kind of
just it's one step.
So it's kind of a do what is right, let the consequence follow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see two things that would be distinguishing factors in someone like John being willing to face what he faced.
Yeah.
And you, but him because he was in CES. A love for truth and a concern for truth that transcended everything, and a courage to do what is right no matter what the consequences are.
Yes.
Tell me if that's how you see it.
That's absolutely. When I was a girl, my dad embezzled money, and I have always thought that real honesty was not a real thing. And then when I met John, honesty was such a priority to him that it was almost shocking to me. Like I literally didn't know that you could live your life in such an honest way, but he always has been absolutely transparent in that way. So yes, you're dead on those two things for sure.
Okay, all right. So it's time to wind down, and in typical Mormon fashion, we have to end with your testimonies.
Okay.
But I want to change that just a little bit.
Okay.
First of all, thank you for doing this.
Thank you,
Thank you for
John.
having us, John.
I want each of you to take a few minutes and do two things. I want you to share with I want you to say what you would like to say to your former students, the former people you've taught. What would you like to say to them? And it's an explanation of a summary of why you've done what you've done, and then what you would want to say to them now that you're where you are, knowing that you were where you were and that you've taught them what you've taught them.
Yeah.
So we'll start with you, John, and then we'll end with you, Brooke.
Okay. I think I would want to say to them, first and foremost, that I love you. I guess I can look at the camera as if I'm talking to them, that my time in the classroom and as a teacher were some of the greatest times of my life. That to my mission companions, to my mission president, to all these people that I've interacted with over the years in any capacity as a Mormon and as a member of the church or in CES, I love you. My decisions to leave the church and my beliefs, and this is hard because I don't want to say something that, I'm just going to say it. You don't have to do what I've done. The last thing in the world that I would want to say is that since I've left, you should leave. Because I think for some people it's better to stay. I think that it maybe makes more sense. Having said that, your journey is your journey, and your story is your story. And I want to say, if you ever feel like, if you have doubts, that's okay. And if you ever feel alone, that there are people that have gone through very difficult things, and that stories can be rewritten and often are. But I want to say that I love you and that I wish you the very best in your life, and nothing but happiness and joy, even though I think we all know that that's probably not going to happen. And to my colleagues, I feel like this is like a retirement speech that I never had. I would say again that I love you and that I respect you, and that I hope that you can look at me still as a friend and as a person of integrity. I'm sorry. I'm not a perfect person, and I have a lot of flaws, but I did the best that I could, and I never wanted to hurt anybody, and I don't want to now. It is what it is, and my story is my story, and I own it, and this is my decision, and I have to live with the consequences. But I just want to mostly say that I love you and thank you for the memories, and that I have a desire to have continued association with former colleagues, with former EFY participants, with these students and people that I really genuinely loved. But I also want to say that I don't believe that the church is what it purports to be. I think that's been made very clear. And I'm not saying that to manipulate them, but I'm saying that to be very clear and to own my position. I'm not even presently sure that I believe in an anthropomorphic deity that is, dressed in a white robe and things like that. And I don't mean that to be rude. I'm just trying to own where I am, and I'm on this journey seeking for truth, and would encourage you to do the same. It's okay to ask questions. It's okay to search. It's okay to think critically. And it's okay to associate with your former seminary teacher or EFY director or whatever capacity that we interacted in, because I'd like that. So I think that's all I want to say.
Your turn, Brooke.
Okay, so what I would say to our former students is that, gosh, I think that they're really the main thing that comes to mind for me is that scripture that says, what you seek for, where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. And I really believe in the words that Christ spoke, which is that what we seek for, that seek and you shall find. And I really do believe that that is a principle that we can pin our lives to, and that when we are seeking good, we find that good. And that is one of the reasons that the church is so good, is that we're looking for it all the time in a lot of ways around us. And I don't feel like that good has left our lives in any way. In fact, I really feel that God and His goodness is open in such abundance around us. And, that is what we're seeking for in our lives, and that is what we continue to find. And so I think that the main thing that I would say is, if you feel like the church is bringing that goodness into your life, then stay and enjoy it, and don't worry about it, and don't push it, and don't fight against it. But if you're feeling unsatisfied and confused, or doubts or questions, or just generally like God is pushing your heart in a different direction, you can trust that His good will carry you, and that you will find it, and you will find it in abundance, and that you're not alone. So anyway, there are good people all over this world, and I'm so grateful to you, John, for being one of those people who I think is open to truth in all of its forms. And anyway, I believe in that. I believe in good. So, tissues.
I hope that people will not mistake my sorrow as, I worry they might be thinking, he feels convicted. Like he's so sad because he knows that, because some people have said as much to me, that and that's why I've said what I said at the end. It sounded manipulative, like I'm trying to tell you to not believe. I'm just telling you that I don't. And as hard as that was for me, the sorrow that I feel is because it was so much a part of my life, and it was very real, and I didn't fake it. And I really, like Brooke, we have fond memories of our time in the church, and so I think that's been established. But
moving on to John 2.0.
I also believe in good, but it's been hard for me, and we're ready to press forward. And part of our being here, and a thank you for having us, is to share our story and kind of to let the healing begin, to take the next steps and figure out who the hell I am and just go from here.
That's good. The journey is bright.
So now I just have one last yes or no kind of question. In spite of all the pain and the risk and the uncertainty, are you glad you've done what you've done? Brooke?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. Absolutely yes.
Do you feel like you made the right decision? For you?
Yes.
For you?
I do, for me.
John?
Yes. And it's only in the last, I would say, couple of weeks where I could answer that in really without equivocation and just say that for our family and for me, that it was the right decision. Do I ponder it and mull it over and revisit it in many different ways? Of course, but we own it. And as hard as it has been, and it has been, very, very difficult, we're optimistic about the future. We think 2012 is going to be a great year, at least until the world ends in December. It's going to be awesome. And then we see good things on the horizon. And we're trying to be positive and move forward from here in the best way we can.
All right. Well, I just want to end by thanking Brooke and John. Thank you so much for coming.
John.
Thanks for your courage and your honesty. And just to be fair, there's probably a lot of people in the world who have need and are struggling. If any of you want to reach out monetarily to support Brooke and John in their current situation, I just want to invite you to contact me directly or them directly if you have ways to, and maybe support them if you can during this transitionary time where John's trying to find work. So I just wanted to make that plea, that invitation, although they didn't ask me to say that.
No, we did not.
I want to ask any of you who have funds that you want to put towards something, a worthy cause, ask you to consider that. Anyway, thanks for joining us in Mormon Stories. Hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll be back again soon. Check us out on mormonstories.org, and we'll see you next time.